While supplies last, see Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Nearly half of Americans will be diagnosed with cancer at some point in their lives. However, 50% of cancer cases and 50% of cancer deaths are preventable. The earlier you detect it, the better chance to take action and do something about it. At Lifeguard, they detect heart disease and hundreds of forms of cancer before it's too late. I got scanned and I have peace of mind because of it. Book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, and as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. Visit lifeguardimaging.com or call 602-483-4837 today. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
And good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. We could be headed for a state government shutdown without a final budget by June 30th. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the News Center to give us an update.
And this just into the KTAR News Center. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs has vetoed both House budgets passed by the legislature, their original conservative budget and a continuation budget. Senate President Warren Peterson is frustrated the House is not working in a bipartisan fashion.
It takes leadership, competence, and courage to pass a bipartisan budget in divided government.
The Senate passed a budget last week that was negotiated with the governor, but the House refused to vote on it. Speaker Steve Montenegro tells the Mike Broomhead Show the House does not want a government shutdown.
We have to allow the governor to do her part as well. This budget, when it reaches her, she'll have her decision, and we will continue to work forward.
And again, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs has vetoed both House budgets passed by the legislature. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Following the president ordering strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities, many members of Congress say he was working outside of his presidential authority. Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton joined Arizona's Morning News to say he does not quite agree with that.
Of course, the president has the right to make an immediate decision to defend United States interests.
Stanton says that now that the strikes have happened, the president must meet with Congress under the War Powers Act to present the evidence and reasoning for the attack. 17 Arizona students, along with 2 chaperones, have returned home safely after being stuck in Israel amid the war with Iran. The group arrived before the conflict started, and they were met with canceled flights when they tried to leave. Working with Arizona U.S. Senators Mark Kelly and Ruben Gallego, the group eventually left by ship to Cyprus, followed by flights to New York and then to Phoenix, where they arrived this morning. A former Santa Cruz County treasurer has been sentenced for massive fraud.
A 63-year-old Arizona woman and former treasurer has received a 10-year prison sentence for embezzling nearly $39 million from Santa Cruz County. Over a decade, she siphoned public funds into fake company accounts, buying real estate and vehicles. Her actions crippled local schools and fire districts, with only $5 million recovered so far. However, county officials expect to recover anywhere from $10 to $12 million through asset forfeiture. Patrick Ugolini, KTAR News.
The man accused of firebombing a pro-Israel march and rally in Boulder, Colorado earlier this month has been indicted.
A federal grand jury coming back with 12 hate crime counts against Mohammed Solomon, up from the one he was previously charged with. He's also facing 118 state charges, including attempted murder. Prosecutors allege Solomon had plotted his attack on the pro-Israel march for over a year and wanted to kill his victims. Alex Stone, EBC News.
The city of Phoenix wants to make sure you're not shooting your eye out.
You'll shoot your eye out,
or
kid.
any other limb this year. Phoenix Fire's Assistant Fire Chief of Fire Prevention, Eric Williams, says fireworks, especially illegal ones, can pose a big risk to people, property, and pets.
Unfortunately, with fireworks being sold in so many retail locations through our community, there's a common misunderstanding that all fireworks are allowed. It's critical that our residents understand the difference between legal and illegal fireworks.
Anything that shoots into the air or explodes is a no-go. Sparklers and spinners are okay. Make sure you soak used fireworks in water for a full day before you put them into the trash can. Now, looking at traffic from our Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, we have got more of a crash that may involve a motorcycle. It's on eastbound I-17 near 7th Street. And there's also still a large response to a reported brush fire in the area of 40th Street and Montgomery Road in Phoenix. Traffic brought to you by AZ Trim Light. Enhance and brighten your home with programmable outdoor lighting. Biggest savings of the year this month only. Go to aztrimlight.com for full details. Checking the weather now. 104 for our high today, 77 overnight, and 106 tomorrow. I do see 110 by Saturday, but I think we're going to back off again, so that's good news. 100 in Goodyear right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hey, great job by the gang with the immigration special there. The last couple of hours you heard are on KTAR doing a fine job diving deep into the different, obviously, aspects of it, but also the different viewpoints. And so much appreciation to Steve Goldstein and Nick Saletti for carrying the load on that. Well done, gang. But from there, one of the things that stood out to me is when it comes to immigration, Joe, we don't seem to know how much it costs. Good, bad, indifferent. It is so hard. I thought, you know what? I'm going to do a little bit of my own research on this.
Oh, a little Chris Merrill deep dive?
Yeah. So I watched a lot of YouTube videos. That's
who doesn't know
research.
that?
Right. Yeah. And I ran across a Joe Rogan.
Okay, I'm familiar with him.
Yeah, Joe Rogan didn't know how much it cost either, but he says that the policies right now are insane. Effing nuts is what he said. He said, bro, these ICE raids are effing nuts, man. So he says, Trump administration, if they're running and they said, hey, we're going to go to Home Depot and we're going to arrest all the people at Home Depot, we're going to go to construction sites and we're going to go and we're going to just like tackle people at construction sites, I don't think anybody would have signed up for that. They said we're going to get rid of criminals and the gang members first, right? And now we're seeing, like, Home Depots getting raided. Like, that's crazy. To which many people online went, what did you think it was going to look like? And that was one of the things that we had conversations about during the campaign is when this immigration stuff ends up separating children from their parents and we start seeing masked men with guns going after people at Home Depot. These were the specific examples that we gave. We said, Americans aren't going to like this. And now Joe Rogan goes, man, I can't believe this is happening.
Well,
a lot of people are going, dude.
I think you're seeing the exact divide that we anticipated. I think there's a pro-Trump crowd who says if you came here illegally, you're illegal and you got to go.
Right.
And then there's a lot of people who say, whoa, who's going to be doing the construction? Who's going to be cleaning my house? Who's going to be doing the landscaping? And, yeah, that person might be undocumented. They may not have come here legally, but they didn't commit any crimes once they got here. They're helping us out.
Right. They committed a federal misdemeanor when they crossed the border the first time, right? So and now we're seeing, people that have been here you're hearing stories about 30 years and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And now they're, in many cases, self-deporting. One guy I saw had been here, 30 years and had been a vet, like actually served in our military, but didn't get a citizenship out of it. And he just self-deported. But these are also isolated examples. I mean, in many, 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 many cases, you are talking about people that have been deported and come back. And once you come back a second time, that is a felony. And so it's really tough to gauge who's being deported and how much this is costing. We are hearing about people that don't want to go to work because they're afraid of a job site raid. We're hearing stories about schools. I saw there was a school in California that has canceled field trips because they're afraid that the students are going to get picked up on field trips, especially if their parents are chaperoning, right? So there's all this different worry. And you made mention of the different jobs. So construction, agriculture, home services, all this sort of thing that we think of as being very stereotypical of people who are here without documents. Well, if all those people disappear, we all agree that prices are going to go up. If there's a labor shortage, prices go up, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How much? And I have to tell you, through all of my YouTubing, or as the kids say, YT,
your research,
I was unable to find this.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you ask somebody how much does illegal immigration cost or benefit, you get the gambit. So FAIR is a right-wing group, right? They're more conservative. Federation for American Immigration Reform is FAIR. And they say, this was a couple of years ago, they put out this study, the most recent numbers that I could find. Illegal immigration costs Arizona taxpayers nearly $3.2 billion a year.
Okay.
So how did they come up with that number? And what they did is they said, okay, well, the benefits that are being provided, benefits and services for people who are here without documents is $2.3 billion. An additional nearly $1 billion on expended on estimated U.S.-born children of illegal aliens, they say. This is their words, which, again, those are still citizens. We haven't banned birthright citizenship yet, but they're adding that to their total. And so they're saying that you've got a total cost of about $3.2 billion for people who have come here and are receiving services in Arizona or have kids who are getting services, and I assume they're also including education in that. They're just saying additional nearly $1 billion expended on U.S.-born children of undocumented immigrants.
Anything that the economy is contributing to them.
To them, right. And so they go, well, that's it. That's how much it costs.
Okay.
Okay, but how much goes into it? So that's a really tricky number. Because we also know that people who are here pay taxes.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't pay $3.2 billion worth of taxes. So I did some more research. This time I ended up on another website. You may have heard of this one. It's at KTAR.com.
I'm familiar with it, yeah.
It's a good one. Yeah. And it says undocumented people contribute over $200 million a year in state and local taxes alone.
So that's between sales tax, income tax, all the taxes.
Whatever they're paying.
Okay.
Right. All right. So that doesn't offset the $3.2 billion that FAIR has calculated, right?
Yeah,
so
I'd take issue with that FAIR number, but yeah, go on.
Okay. All right. Let's use that FAIR number because I'm going to come back to it here. I'm going to do some lawyering. I'm going to set the stage so that I can come back to it later, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So according to FAIR's estimates, that $3.2 billion is part of the total cost of the country, which is about $150 billion. So roughly 1/50th, right?
Mm-hmm.
2%. 2% of the total cost to the nation for illegal immigration is our cost in Arizona. All right. That's important. Keep that in mind. So how much do people who are here without documents contribute? Not just paying in taxes, but how much do they contribute in things like services, keeping the cost of goods and services lower because of cheap labor?
Did you actually find a place that could come up with a number for that?
Kind of.
Okay.
Kind of. The problem is the numbers are really tough to calculate.
Mm-hmm.
We do know that undocumented immigrants pay a much higher tax rate than many of America's biggest corporations, which I thought was really interesting. If you do the breakdown on the tax rate, you'll find out that undocumented immigrants actually pay a higher effective tax rate. They say about hold on. I don't have the exact number. Oh, yeah. Effective tax rate, 5.25%. That's higher than Bank of America, Exxon, higher than AT&T, higher than General Motors, higher than United States Steel, okay? Higher than some of the power companies.
And wouldn't they say that's the price of doing business with those huge companies?
Of course it is. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that's the price of doing business.
If you want to have them here in the U.S., they're going to give you so much money so we can charge them a lower rate. Or if you want that business here, that's what you got to do, or else they'll set up shop.
Or else. Yeah. In fact, some places actually have a negative effective tax rate. They take more money in than they pay into the system. T-Mobile, Dish Network, United Rentals. Let me see another. Target receives more in tax breaks than they actually pay in taxes. But what about that fiscal drain? What about this drain that they're saying? So it doesn't come from considering the totality of the economy from the IRS. In other words, like FAIR's numbers say, this is how much services are costing, this is how much they're paying, right? Mm-hmm. So this is the drain on that.
Right.
However, I did find another study. There are nearly 250,000 undocumented immigrants living in the state, most of whom are working age. They paid nearly $650 million in taxes nationwide. And immigrants eligible for DACA pay more than $200 million in taxes. But get this, deporting millions of undocumented workers would shrink the economy $1.1 to $1.7 trillion. All right?
Because they're saying we wouldn't have the labor force to make up for those jobs, and
absolutely
it would cost us big money.
They wouldn't be paying sales tax. You wouldn't have the labor force. You would have a reduced number of people purchasing goods in the United States. So think of everybody that's going to Target and Walmart and dollar stores and everywhere else that they're buying goods or swap meet. That would be devastating. Hey, that sounds like a joke, but it's not. I'm hearing that the immigration raids could end swap meets nationwide.
Gosh.
Okay. Remember my number when I told you earlier, FAIR claimed that Arizona undocumented immigrants?
$3.2 billion.
Right.
I jotted it down.
Roughly 2% of the total. Very good.
Yeah.
Roughly 2% of the total cost, right?
Chris, I'm told if you write it down, you remember it.
You're right about that.
Mm-hmm.
If you take that 2% and we say that if you deport all of the undocumented immigrants and it shrinks the economy, and I'm going to use the low number, $1.1 trillion.
Okay.
Now, all of a sudden, our Arizona economy, 2% of the $1.1 trillion is $22 billion. All right?
Okay.
So now, all of a sudden, we go, the cost of illegal immigration, according to FAIR, is $3.2 billion. And yet, if we see our economy shrink $22 billion, which number is bigger, Joe?
$22 billion, Chris, by roughly, my math, $19 billion.
Yeah, and that's on the low end, based on somebody else's estimates. So whose estimates do we believe? Our why today, why is it so hard to calculate an accurate economic impact of illegal immigration? Because both sides are coming at us with numbers, and I think their goal is just get us bogged down in the numbers so we go back to fighting over right and wrong, I guess. So our why is it so hard to understand the economic impact of illegal immigration? Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:16. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. New this afternoon, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs has vetoed both House budgets passed by the legislature. Their conservative budget and a skinny budget. The Senate passed a budget negotiated with the governor last week, but the House is refusing to take it up. The state government will shut down if there's not a final budget by June 30th. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. We're heading for 104 today, but good news, it's only 99 in Phoenix right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Our question today, why is it so hard to calculate an accurate economic impact of illegal immigration in this country? As I made mention in the last segment, FAIR, which is a more conservative immigration organization, they claim that illegal immigration costs Arizona taxpayers $3.2 billion a year. And yet, if we use their same calculations, based on another estimate of how much the economy would shrink if we were to deport everybody, it would cost us $22 billion a year. And so both sides are going to come to you with these different numbers. And you've got one side that says, it's costing us $3 billion a year. And the other side says, it's not costing us anywhere close to that. It's we have a net benefit of $19 billion a year. So why is it so hard to understand the economic impact of illegal immigration?
Mm-hmm.
I had some thoughts on this, Joe, and I'm hoping that you did too.
I didn't YouTube any, but I do have some thoughts on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. My first one, can I start?
I don't think you need to ask. Go for it.
Politics, man.
Yeah. Well,
it's just politics.
You just laid out. You said, FAIR, which is a more right-leaning group.
Yeah.
They're obviously going to take the bent that they feel like illegal immigration is bad.
Yeah.
And they want to get them all out. But you kind of turned their numbers on their head.
Well, I turned their numbers on their head using other numbers from the American Immigration Council, which claims to be a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization.
Yeah.
So how much do mass deportations cost us? And they're both going to argue over the validity of each other's numbers. And I think what happens is you've got both sides, different groups putting out different numbers that support their position. These are generally answers to very specific questions that are tailored to the results that they're seeking. So I think you've got a group like FAIR that goes into it and says, illegal immigration is bad. Let's figure out a way to show how much it costs us. And you've got the other immigration councils that say, the immigration that we have here in this country is good. Let's try to find some numbers that benefit our argument.
I think that's very obvious, very fair way to look at it. I think it's even tougher than that, though. I think even if groups were not biased, I think it's very, very difficult, and you pointed this out too, to come up with an exact number, because we don't know exactly how many undocumented immigrants are here or what exactly they are using in terms of services and what their true cost is, and in terms of what exactly they're contributing to.
Yeah, I agree. So we're hearing numbers between 11 million undocumented immigrants in the United States and, 22 million?
Yes.
So how can we possibly come up with a number? How can any group come up with a number and say, here's what it's costing us or here's what it's benefiting us, when you can't even tell me if it's one or two people? 11 million or 22 million? Which is it? How do you have a number if we don't even know where to start?
Yeah.
All right. I also think that we have a very nebulous understanding of the economy. And I think that gauging anything with the economy is a best guess exercise.
What do you mean by that?
Well, think about the arguments we've had over, like, the tariffs recently. How much are the tariffs going to cost us, right? In fact, take a look at the federal budget. So we know that we've got the Arizona budget, and they're arguing over that. You heard Becky Lynn's newscast where she was talking about how, are we going to have a government shutdown, and Hobbs is not getting along with the House Republicans, this sort of thing. And they're fighting over some numbers that they know that they have. The federal government is trying to put together this massive spending package, right? Trump's big, beautiful bill, right? Mm-hmm. And then you get estimates from different groups. One group says, well, this is going to cost us, this is going to cost the American people $2.3 trillion. Another group says, oh, it's going to be $4.5 trillion. And then you've got the administration that says, no, this is going to save us $1 trillion. So everyone is trying to, again, I think in many cases you've got politics entering into it, where they're just trying to find the numbers that work for their argument. But I think in many cases, we just don't know how these numbers are going to pan out.
Well, and I don't think we can know. I think some of it, when you just look at the economy itself, we've said that a lot of it depends on vibes and just how people feel.
Well, that's true.
So I think you've got that going on of, hey, if the economy was booming, migrants might be spending more money. More migrants might be trying to come here. When you have the president saying, hey, get the heck out or else we're coming for you, some might be looking to self-deport. And how many? You don't know.
Well, that's the sum, right? Like, some of them, right. But is that 5 million? Is that 15 million? We don't even know if there's 15 million people here without documents to start with.
Right. So you've got a lot of numbers that you're just trying to throw a dart at the board on and take a best guess.
You know, but now let's take your analogy that we're trying to throw a dart at a board. Mm-hmm. I'm going to make the argument that it's also a moving dartboard.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Because when it comes to the economy, you can have so many things moving in different directions. For instance, think of the conversations that we've had about inflation, deflation, stagflation. You and I talk economy a couple times a week, right? Mm-hmm. One sector could be crushing it while other sectors struggle. The market is down today. It was up yesterday. Oil prices were up after the strikes in Iran, but they didn't skyrocket, and now they're actually down below where they were when we did those airstrikes.
So let me take it even a step further. I don't think the dartboard is simply moving left and right or even swaying in like an arch-like fashion. I think it's moving left and right, front and back, all these things simultaneously too.
I agree.
So you can't figure out a pattern to it, but it's constantly moving.
So
and you're throwing a dart at that board.
So how can we possibly say that one thing is having this effect? I don't know that we can. I think that we can say in hindsight, oil prices went up and that was an indicator that this was happening. Mm-hmm. Unemployment was down and that was an indicator that this is happening. We know the feds do this all the time. They use these lagging indicators to try to predict what they should do with interest rates, right? But they have to wait for things to happen before they can interpret that data. Predicting it is incredibly difficult. In fact, what do they say? Economists is the only science that's less accurate than meteorology, right? Mm-hmm. Here's something I think is really interesting too, and this is from people who have skin in the game when it comes to the economy. FedEx has changed their projections for the year, and here's the story from the Wall Street Journal says this: Although it typically provides a full-year forecast, FedEx said it would only share its outlook for the current quarter due to the uncertain global demand environment. The forecast assumes no further negative developments in global trade dynamics. The chief customer officer said on the company's earnings call, and this is the money shot here, we just simply cannot predict how that's going to play out. Now, in large part, they're talking about supply, and they're talking about tariffs, and they're talking about inflation, this sort of thing, right? Mm-hmm. But one of the things that we know is having an effect on the economy, we can argue over whether it's positive or negative, is the immigration enforcement that we're seeing nationwide. And part of the reason I think we can argue over whether it's negative or positive is that we all make up our own numbers, because it is still so hard to understand the economic impact of illegal immigration for all the reasons that you just laid out.
And I think the conclusion I draw is always there are some positives and there are some negatives. When you start to see the people who say it's all negative or all positive, those are the ones I tend to run away from. But it's how much positive, how much negative.
Yeah, I always throw those out too. Hey, speaking of the economics of immigration enforcement, was there ever any doubt that somebody who already has a ton of money is going to make a ton more because of the new policies? What may surprise you is when you learn it's not just the normal build a wall, deport them all crowd, but it's actually a group that campaigns against enforcement that is profiting. You're going to learn who that is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
This is Jim Sharp for New Life Dental Implant Center, where they offer better than all-on-4 implants because New Life uses more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support at about half the price. And New Life Dental Implant Center digitally designs your smile so you heal faster. And they craft your teeth from solid zirconia for lasting strength and comfort at about half the price with easy financing options. Call New Life Dental Implant Center at 602-855-0000 or visit newsmilearizona.com.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you've got great credit, then why are you financing your home the same way those with poor credit do? You know, stretching the payments out over 30 years, paying all the interest up front, no access to your equity. Yeah, your mortgage should match your credit and how you handle your finances. At Life Changer Loan, you're in control. You can pay down, pay off, borrow back, and do it all on your timeline. I mean, it's up to you. You've earned it. If you've got great credit and you're good with your money, you need LifeChangerLoan.com, where it's not magic, it's just math.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one.
Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Jamie West, and this year Beatitudes Campus celebrates 60 years of bright living in Phoenix. Since 1965, they've been redefining senior living with purpose, connection, and care. From independent living to healthcare and wellness, growing with the community and always putting people first. Join Beatitudes in honoring 6 decades of innovation, compassion, and vibrant living. Visit beatitudescampus.org to learn more and be part of the celebration. Beatitudes Campus, living brightly, aging boldly.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with the D-backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The state budget saga continues. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs has vetoed both House budgets that were passed by the legislature. Senate President Warren Peterson ripped House Speaker Steve Montenegro.
It doesn't take competence or courage to pass a budget that only has R's on it.
Speaker Montenegro tells the Mike Broomhead Show the House passed a continuation budget because they can't agree.
The number one thing that we want Arizonans to know is we don't want to shut down.
The Senate passed a bipartisan budget last week, but the House has yet to take that one up. It's not the job of law enforcement to solve the nation's immigration issues. That's the word from ABC News consultant and former Homeland Security official John Cohen. He joined our special Immigration in Arizona today, voicing frustration over some mixed messaging he says is coming from the Trump administration.
There are some folks who are very clear that the focus is the worst of the worst. Those people who are terrorists, potentially those who are dangerous, violent criminals, gang members. There's not that many people who fall into that category.
Cohen says the overall system must be fixed. You can see that entire special at the KTAR YouTube page. Well, it is summer here in Arizona. So far, the valley has seen milder than normal temperatures. But such is not the case elsewhere in the country, where more than 120 million Americans are still dealing with a brutal heat wave. While relief is on the way, ABC News chief meteorologist Ginger Z says the impacts from this high heat will still be felt for some time.
Sometimes you'll have this heat hangover where people have been, cumulative heat is adding up in their body, and even after the heat wave is done, you could still have impacts because you've been dehydrated and all of that. So today's probably that day for many people where it's not quite as hot, but boy, you still have to deal with a lot of the impacts, and it's still going to feel like over 100 for so many people.
One person dead, a Phoenix firefighters in the hospital with burn injuries after a house fire in Cave Creek today. Phoenix Fire Department responded to reports of a burning home near Thunderbird and North 40th Street, where they found a man unconscious and they were unable to revive him. Crews were able to control the fire, though, and prevent it from spreading to an adjacent home. It is time to check traffic now. Let's go to Heather Larson, who's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. In Scottsdale, there's a report of a wreck at the 101 and Frank Lloyd Wright Boulevard right now. A couple things going on westbound and eastbound I-10 in Goodyear. On I-10 west at Estrella Parkway, there is a wreck. Another one on the right shoulder of I-10 eastbound. That's going to be on the frontage road near Saraval. A crash in Phoenix blocking the exit ramp on I-17 near the Loop 101. And the Durango curve right now, it's so slow. There's a motorcycle crash that happened earlier on the right shoulder. That's on the 17 eastbound Maricopa Freeway at 7th Street. That is down to only the left lane right now. It looks like they may be starting to clear that one up. Traffic is brought to you by PlumSmart, because plumbers and AC guys charge too much. Visit itsplumsmart.com to schedule an appointment. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
104 should be the high today here in the valley, and 77 the overnight low. Climbing a little bit, 106 tomorrow, maybe 110 by Saturday, but we're expected to back off a bit again next week. It's 102 in Maricopa. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
It's Gatos. Should President Trump lift the ceasefire? We're going to talk about it inside the War Room. 5 o'clock. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Now, that's an angle I hadn't thought of before. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, and live on the YouTube channel. You can watch and listen to the show, catch exclusive interviews, and the latest reaction to breaking news. Be sure you subscribe to the KTAR YouTube channel today. So, as we've talked about why it's so difficult to come up with how much illegal immigration is actually costing or benefiting us in the United States. And when you hear somebody throw numbers out, rest assured that they have cherry-picked those numbers to benefit their argument, either for or against. And if you're throwing numbers out, the numbers that you have found, you've cherry-picked either for or against in order to support your argument, which is fine. I mean, that's how you debate, right? You find supporting facts, and then you use those.
Can I ask you a question about that real quick, though?
Please.
Because we started off the show and you were throwing numbers out there.
Yeah.
And I think, maybe I'm wrong, we didn't talk about this, but I believe you were honestly trying to present a unbiased view and just get to the bottom of what are the effects of immigration from a dollars and cents standpoint. And you showed how difficult it was. But I don't think there was there a clear set of numbers that was going to make that easy? I think
nothing that I found made me believe that anything was accurate.
Yeah, but see, I point that out because I want to defend you and say, I do think you were unbiased with that. And I think other people will come at you and say, well, you just said anybody who's throwing out numbers has an agenda. It's like, yeah, your agenda was to find the truth.
Yeah, and it can't. Because I find this number from the right and I find this number from the left.
Yeah.
Here's what I know. I know that and I believe this, the amount of taxes paid by people who are here undocumented is less than the benefits that are received by people who are here undocumented, whether that's things like SNAP program, whether that's medical care, whatever it is, right? I do think that as far as tax contributions versus services or cost to the taxpayer, I believe that it is a negative. But I also believe that the contributions to the economy as a whole by people who are here without documents is a positive.
Mm-hmm.
So
where does that come out in the wash?
Well, that's what I was trying to find. I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
I tried to do some math on that, and I couldn't find it.
Then you should have just made the numbers up.
Why not? I mean, half of what we're seeing, what did we see? Is it RFK's numbers and his studies are completely bogus? They quoted a study today that was from a guy, and the scientist goes, I never did that study.
Chris, you had an opportunity to form your own think tank right there and come up with your own numbers.
Oh.
And you didn't even do it.
I am really terrible at that. I should have done it. Hey, speaking of numbers, somebody's making money on this. So throughout the enforcement process, we've heard about, and not only the enforcement process, but also remember Elon Musk and Doge, and he wanted to find out where money was going, and he wanted access to things like the IRS and your tax returns and all these other things. And we know that when it comes to enforcing immigration, they're also trying to get data, and that there's money in data. You've heard the term big data before. Well, if you can gather up whether or not somebody's here legally, you can use that as an investigative tool to try to track that person down and then arrest, detain, and deport that individual. One of the software companies that has made a ton of money on this is, and I believe I'm saying this correctly, Palantir. 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 That is, Peter Thiel is kind of an activist investor, and he founded this software company, Palantir. And they have played a central role in helping ICE round up and deport as many migrants as possible. They've become one of the hottest and most lucrative stock picks among, well, not only the stock savvy, but also the 119th Congress. In fact, members of Congress who traded Palantir in the last few months, which has gone up since Trump's first full day in office, that stock has nearly doubled. And you would think, well, who's investing in the company that is cracking down on immigration? That's got to be the Republicans, right? That's got to be Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican Georgia. You're right.
I thought, even before I saw this article, I thought it would be. I thought it'd be a laundry list of Republicans. But
James Comer, that's a Republican, Kentucky. You're right.
But I was surprised to see almost the same amount of Democrats who've profited off this, too.
Not only Democrats, but California Democrats. Ro Khanna, Representative California. Gil Cisneros, Democrat, California, also making major investments. A Democrat from Texas, Julie Johnson, making some money on this. And then a couple of more Republicans, Rob Breshnan from Pennsylvania and Steve Shreve from Indiana, all trading stock in this Palantir in the last couple of months and all making a bunch of money along the way. You know, we have talked for countless years, and legislation has finally been passed that's supposed to stop insider trading by members of Congress.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't seem to be working.
Mm-mm.
And I don't know how we could possibly enforce this when you have people from both sides of the aisle that are participating in this.
Even if you could stop it, how could you stop them from saying something to a family member? Maybe not even a son, daughter, sister, brother, but, you know, a niece, nephew,
cousin,
uncle.
yeah, next door neighbor, right?
How are you going to track all that?
The Project on Government Oversight is concerned with Stephen Miller. That's the White House Deputy Chief of Staff. He's got as much as $250,000 worth of this Palantir stock. And ethics experts, according to the Pogo report, Project on Government Oversight, say that Miller's deep involvement in ICE's efforts and his financial stake raise conflict of interest concerns. They have attracted controversy, has this company, in recent months, in part due to bipartisan anxiety about the privacy impacts from its widespread access to government databases and former employees who've decried its work with ICE. So you have Democrats that, if they take control back of Congress or the White House, that are going to be able to say, look at what's going on here. Look at this inside. Look at this cozy relationship. Look at this crony capitalism that's happening. And they can make hay, except members of their own party have been doing the exact same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it just feels dirty to me up and down. Both sides of the aisle.
It is dirty up and down both sides of the aisle. That's exactly right. It should feel dirty because it is.
I feel gross.
I would love it if you were in Congress, if you were in the White House, if you just simply could not buy, sell stock. You couldn't trade it, couldn't buy it, couldn't sell it. But again, how do you stop other family members from getting involved? How do you track all of it?
Maybe Congress needs to have its own investigative body, right? The Federal Bureau of Congressional Investigations.
Great.
The
Let's
FBCI.
grow government more.
That's what we need. More bureaucracy,
Mm-hmm.
Joe. That's how we fix things.
Yeah.
You know, hey, speaking of things getting sticky and gross, you seen the heat wave that's gone through on the East Coast?
Heat dome.
And a lot of it in the South, the Southeast, where it's already just muggy as all get out. One of the ongoing issues that you've heard talked about with some of the administration emphasis on arresting and detaining millions of the undocumented immigrants is where to house them. Maybe in that heat dome, the sticky areas. Some states are willing to take on more inmates, but others a bit reluctant. Now this new plan in a very red state that's very sticky right now harkens back to one of the most notorious prisons of all time. You're going to find out where it's going and why escaping is not advised. Grab your bug spray and join us next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Let's talk about fear. Have you ever gone to bed at night in pain, worried about something you feel inside your body? I have, and that nagging fear that it could be cancer or a heart problem is scary. My uncle passed away years ago due to a heart attack at work. Boom, gone. So tragic, so scary. Lifeguard imaging can detect heart disease and hundreds of forms of cancer and more before symptoms even show up. They're high-accuracy CT scans. They're not only fast, they're painless, they're quick. They could literally save your life. I got mine and the peace of mind that came with it, one of the best feelings in my life. Here's their phone number, 602-483-4837, or visit lifeguardimaging.com. Let's talk a little bit more about that CT scan at Lifeguard Imaging. No claustrophobic tube. Takes less than 5 minutes. I told you it was quick. It's totally painless. And you get your results in just a few days. So quit worrying about cancer and heart issues. Reach out to Lifeguard Imaging today. And right now, if you book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging, as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. 60% of men say they don't go to the doctor unless something feels wrong, but by then, it could be too late. Take the guesswork out of your health. Go to lifeguardimaging.com today or call 602-483-4837. 602-483-4837. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call
800-575-9861.
That's 800-575-9861.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.75% for 60 months on any new Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, now at your Valley Toyota dealer. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.75 with $18.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
KTAR News Flash.
2:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. President Trump has named the Israel-Iran conflict the 12-day war. After U.S. involvement, questions of national security are raised. ABC News consultant and former Homeland Security official John Cohen tells Arizona's Morning News Iran will avoid attacking the U.S. directly.
They have developed rather sophisticated capabilities to attack people who they feel were aggressive towards them. Cyber attacks, introducing operatives into the United States to conduct targeted attacks, the use of the internet to facilitate lone wolf offenders.
Stay with KTAR and we'll have more on our immigration special that we had from noon until 2 today, along with ABC 15. You can see that entire special and hear everything that was discussed if you go to our KTAR YouTube page. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Wi-Fi. Now, we are expecting a high today of 104 degrees and an overnight low of 77, but right now it's 100 in Mesa. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You can get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors right now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Guys, if you feel drained, if you have low energy, brain fog, maybe trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Today's men have lower testosterone than ever before thanks to stress, poor diet, lifestyle. But Red Mountain Weight Loss has the solution. They offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or a tablet. We're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-strength testosterone because the truth is nothing out there can boost testosterone like actual testosterone. It helps you think clearer, sleep better, build muscle, and boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. If you have low T, you can start for free this month only at Red Mountain. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality at redmountainweightloss.com. You can go to redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain, real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
Happy Wednesday, and if you want to learn the latest on Israel versus Iran, immigration rates, who knows what else will pop up today, join us for The War Room. Hear all sides, 5 p.m. on the dot on Outspoken on KTAR.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app. Remember, when you're on that app, you're going to see a little microphone icon on the bottom. If you tap on that, it gives you a chance to leave us a little feedback. Say something insightful, funny, or crazy. We might even play that on the air. All right. In Florida, Joe, they are putting together, it's taking them very little time to put this together, the Alligator Alcatraz. It's the detention center for migrants, and they've put it smack dab in the middle of the Everglades. Now, this is an old air base, I guess. Or not base, but rather an old airfield. The Dade Collier Training and Transition Airport, an old Florida airport, which is now a detention facility for migrants. So this is... They're putting up tents and other facilities. They said this reminds me, based on the descriptions I'm seeing from various news reports, kind of like Tent City.
I think that's a fair description. I saw Florida's Attorney General talking about this, and he said they're not going to need to invest in a lot of security because the area is surrounded by pythons, alligators, things like that. And now, how many beds did Tent City have? Because Alligator Alcatraz is supposed to have 5,000 additional beds.
Yeah, we didn't have that many in Tent City.
No, it was probably a couple hundred, right?
And I think even the original Alcatraz only had a few hundred beds, 500 or 600, I think is all that they had. They say it's going to spread out the new facility and potentially other smaller facilities as well in Florida to try to come up with the 5,000 beds in totality. And then there was another one, too. DeSantis says it's not just Alligator Alcatraz. They want to have more immigration detention centers. He said today that he's considering standing up a facility at the Florida National Guard Training Center known as Camp Blanding, which is outside of Jacksonville, in addition to the site that's under construction at the remote airstrip in the Everglades, which they've dubbed Alligator Alcatraz. And, again, I'm seeing some photos that I believe it's the AP has got some of the photos of this Alligator Alcatraz, which I think is fascinating. They've rolled out a whole bunch of trailers, and I think these trailers are basically the facilities. So some of the trailers are going to have showering facilities in it. Some of them will be, changing, investigative. It could be office space for the detention officers, whoever it might be. But it's really taking them very little time. As you pointed out, they don't have to put a whole lot into security because they're kind of depending on the alligators to do it.
See, I have a question about that, though.
Please.
I understand they're not so worried about somebody escaping from the inside and getting out due to the pythons and the alligators. But how are they so sure that the alligators and the pythons aren't going to come inside?
We don't worry about that.
I mean,
Why would you do that?
I understand. You put up a wall, you're going to be able to keep a gator out. A gator can't scale that.
Yeah.
But
python can get up there.
I was going to say, what about a python, though?
But pythons are good pets.
Oh.
They're scary-looking snakes, but the pythons they gotta strangle you.
Like, doesn't the security doesn't it go both ways on this? Like,
You're splitting hairs, Joe.
I know.
You're just trying to be difficult right now.
I know.
One of the big concerns that they do have, though, is hurricanes. So what do you do if a hurricane comes through and you've got 5,000 people in tents?
Chris, that's what we call a shower.
That feels like it could be a problem.
That's just a shower. Intense showering.
Intense showering.
Mm-hmm.
Literally intense. Very good.
Hey, app users, update the KTAR News app for the latest updates that help your user experience with our stream, video, podcasts, and news. Go to Google or the Apple App Store to update the KTAR app today.
Did you go to the Google and update your app?
I went to the Apple App Store. I'm an Apple guy.
And you updated?
I've updated.
I forgot that I updated. I went back and I couldn't figure out why I couldn't get it to update, and then I realized I already did it.
Update.
Update. All right, story you've heard us talking about at length is that of the murder of Mercedes Vega, 22-year-old Tempe woman who was tortured and killed. Her body was found in a burning car off the I-10 back in 2023. One man is already facing the death penalty, but now the sheriff's office tells us there are more people that are going to face justice. Who these new suspects are and who else might be involved is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. What are the odds that you have a house that has windows in it that are more than 10 or even 15 years old? And if they are, what are the odds that those windows are just junk? This is where advanced window products can actually save you money. With their 0 down, 0% financing on approved credit, payments as low as $150 a month, you could be replacing those garbage contractor-grade windows, the same windows that they put in when they built the house, with real Cardinal glass windows. The best windows built for life. And with advanced window products, you're talking about windows that they build, they install, and they are made specifically for Arizona summers. And on the off chance that there's an issue with your window, their local team replaces the windows. Labor, glass, parts, all of it included. No questions asked. That's what guaranteed for life should mean. And when you talk about saving money, not only do you save money on your energy costs, you also may even be able to qualify for a rebate from your power company. It doesn't get much better than that. Save even more when you buy 10 windows or more, and you get $2,500 off now with advanced window products. So, how do you get started on this process? It's pretty easy. You call 480-764-2002, 480-764-2002, 480-764-2002 for advanced window products.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley Real Estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
At Midwestern University Eye Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and their student and faculty providers offer affordable, unhurried, and thorough vision care. I've known about it for years, but now I want you to experience the Midwestern difference for your family's vision care with adult and pediatric eye exams, designer eyewear, dry eye care, and ophthalmology services. Midwestern University Eye Institute's in Glendale on 59th Avenue, just off the 101. Visit MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for health care.
Hey, it's Vince Murata letting you know the biggest savings of the summer have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. We're talking about their mission and what they mean in the community. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. If a veteran's looking for work, into the training portal for you guys, and what's the thought process behind that?
Well, a lot of them, there's some vets we have some that are retired, but most of them are the younger guys that put in like 4 years. They learned some of the trucking type stuff in the industry as far as when they were in the Army or Air Force or Navy. It makes a nice fit for us, and a lot of them are really disciplined. So like if you look at some of the vets that we have, they don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think that's so important, and that's what we're looking for. Be respectful of people, and I think it's exciting too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The state budget saga continues. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live this afternoon in the news center with the details.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs just vetoed both House budgets passed by the legislature today. Senate President Warren Peterson ripped House Speaker Steve Montenegro.
It doesn't take competence or courage to pass a budget that only has R's on it.
And Speaker Montenegro tells the Mike Broomhead Show the House passed a continuation budget because they can't agree.
The number one thing that we want Arizonans to know is we don't want to shut down.
The Senate passed a bipartisan budget last week, but the House has yet to take it up. That could possibly happen tomorrow. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And without a final budget, the state government will shut down June 30th. What's the priority? That's the big question many in law enforcement are asking about the Trump administration's immigration policy. ABC News consultant and former Homeland Security official John Cohen joined our special Immigration in Arizona today.
We're drawing more and more resources away from gang investigations, drug investigations, counterterrorism investigations, national security investigations, from cybersecurity. We're devoting it to enforcement and removal operations, which seem increasingly to be focusing on people who are not violent criminals.
Cohen says it's not the job of law enforcement to solve the immigration issue. Politicians need to move forward and fix the system. You can see the entire special on the KTAR YouTube page. President Trump insisting the U.S. strike severely damaged Iran's nuclear operation, despite a U.S. intelligence report that says otherwise. Trump taking questions from reporters at the NATO summit in the Netherlands, disputing the Pentagon's preliminary report that Iran's nuclear facilities were not obliterated. Here's ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang.
Even though President Trump publicly is downplaying the need for diplomacy, we're told by sources that some officials within the Trump administration are privately making it very clear that diplomacy is now more important than ever. We're told that behind closed doors, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has acknowledged the need for diplomacy here.
A Cave Creek house fire killed one person and injured a Phoenix firefighter today. The Phoenix Fire Department got reports of a home on fire near Thunderbird and North 40th Street, and there they found a man unconscious. Upon arriving, they were unable to revive him. The injured responders being treated at the hospital for burn wounds. And an early morning rollover crash in Apache Junction leaves a boy dead and a girl hurt. Police tell us it happened before 5 a.m. on North Hackmore Road. The boy, who they describe as a juvenile, is said to have been driving. The girl, a passenger. She was taken to the hospital in stable condition. Time right now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's June 25th, and back on this day in 2009, the king of pop, Michael Jackson, died. At his home in Los Angeles, California, after suffering from cardiac arrest caused by a fatal combination of drugs given to him by his personal doctor, one of the most commercially successful entertainers in history dies at the age of 50. Jackson released his first solo album, Got to Be There, in 1972, while continuing to sing with his brothers in the Jackson 5. In 1978, he made his big screen debut as the Scarecrow in The Wiz, an adaptation of the Broadway musical directed by Quincy Jones. The pair teamed up again for Jackson's now iconic 1982 album Thriller, which went on to sell 50 million copies. By the end of the 1990s, Jackson's life was a constant tabloid headline. More than 20,000 fans attended his public memorial at the Staples Center, and it all happened back on this day in 2009.
Time to check on traffic now. Let's go to Heather Larson, who's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got reports of a wreck involving a motorcycle at 27th Drive and the Carefree Highway that just came in. In Scottsdale at 101 and Frank Lloyd Wright, there's a wreck on the east side of the freeway underpass. It's blocking all northbound lanes, restricting eastbound Frank Lloyd Wright as well to one lane through that underpass. And some surface street action in Phoenix, a wreck at eastbound Camelback Road and southbound 19th Avenue, Tolleson at 83rd Avenue in Van Buren, and in downtown Phoenix at 7th Street and Jefferson. Traffic brought to you by the Lund Mortgage Team. Buying a home can be tough, but Lund Mortgage makes it easy. Get pre-qualified before you start shopping for a home. You'll be glad you did. Visit lundmortgage.com today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight, clear sky, 77. Creeping up a little bit on the thermometer tomorrow to 106, 108 on Friday. But right now in Mesa, 100 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
I have to give all the credit to my partner, who is a tireless advocate for victims of senseless crimes, and I think, Joe, you had another one last week too that you were talking about, somebody that had been murdered and was found. A body was just disposed, which is a horrible story.
Yeah,
in and of
not
itself.
found in a remote part in Arizona, in Seligman.
Yeah,
allegations that they were shoved in a septic tank almost 20 years ago.
Horrible stuff there. One of the first stories that you brought to my attention was the murder of Mercedes Vega. She was a 22-year-old woman in Tempe, if I recall this correctly, and she left work, we think, and then she disappeared, and her car was found. And a few days later, there was a fire just off I-10 outside of Tonopah, and it was a car that was on fire, and lo and behold, sadly, she was found inside that vehicle, and it looked like she had been tortured along the way before ultimately she had been killed, and then the car was set ablaze.
So I want to
get that right.
Yes, largely. She was at her apartment complex.
Oh, okay.
Right, that night, and man, you and I have talked about this case a lot, and there are so many details to it. It goes back to, October of 2020. When she was the victim of an armed robbery at that point in time. And we've speculated, as long as we've been on the air since February of last year, 2024, and we've been covering this case, that the person who is accused of that armed robbery, who has still not been convicted of it, his name is Cujo Young. He's the suspect in that case. We suspected that he played a central role in the murder of Mercedes Vega. You mentioned April of 2023, found in a burning car off of the I-10 near Tonopah. We did get an arrest in Mercedes' case in November of last year.
But it wasn't this Cujo Young guy.
It was not. It was a guy named Sincere Hayes, who was accused of flying from Tennessee to Arizona. And ironically, Cujo Young also from Tennessee and here in Arizona. And there were some ties between Mr. Young and Mr. Hayes, and started to see some through lines in this case. And then we get an update today that we now see that 2 more people have been charged in connection to Mercedes Vega's murder case.
Was one of them Cujo Young, finally?
One of them was Cujo Young.
Okay.
Finally.
All right. So we always thought he had something to do with this.
Yeah.
Although he was on like an ankle monitor or something at the time of the murder.
Yeah. Yes, he was.
Okay.
And then another name, a name I hadn't seen before, Jared DeMarcus Gray. And he was linked by evidence to the scene. I'm looking at ABC 15 story, linked by evidence to the scene where Mercedes Vega was found deceased.
All right. And he also from Tennessee.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay.
And just happened to apparently be on the same flight as Sincere Hayes when he came to Arizona. And then I believe...
That's probably totally coincidental. He probably just bought his own ticket, and it was just a pure coincidence that he was on that flight, right?
And I believe the same flight when he left Arizona to go back to Tennessee.
Total coincidence. He probably just bought his own ticket, completely independent of the Sincere Hayes character. So that's probably... This is just a wrong place, wrong time, right?
I'm sure that's what they'll say.
Yeah, except that it sounds like he didn't buy his ticket.
Yeah, Gray denied knowing Hayes or Young, but according to court documents, Hayes told officials that he knew Cujo Young from Tennessee, where all 3 guys are originally from.
Yeah, and Cujo Young also identified as the user of a credit card that paid for the plane tickets for both Hayes and Gray.
Mm-hmm.
So, sounds like they all knew each other, even though they say they didn't know anybody.
Uh-huh. So I reached out this afternoon right before we went on the air to Mercedes Vega's mother, Erica Pillsbury, and she joins us on the phone right now. Erica, thank you for taking a couple minutes to talk with us in what I'm sure is a day of mixed emotion. I'm sure your heart and thoughts are filled with your daughter, but also hopefully a day... I want to just very briefly, share something that you texted me, and you said that, you said we are so grateful that justice is beginning, and I feel so much the same way for you.
Thank you. I'm here with my husband, Tom Pillsbury, as well. We have been waiting for this for so long, and it is such a relief. We just held each other and cried when we found out that they finally had made the connections, and that I know there's a really long road ahead, but that, there's so many times that you're waiting and you're thinking nothing's happening and you don't know what's going on behind the scenes. As the mother of a murdered child, you don't know what's happening. And when you finally get information, it's overwhelming and exciting, and obviously it doesn't bring her back, but it's a relief because we know she's going to get justice. They're going to get what they deserve. These cowards that decided that they were going to do this, we had a feeling they were all connected, and it was because, she was a witness, really.
Yeah, Erica, go back to that. I remember you've been in the studio with us a couple of times, and you talked about Cujo Young, this guy that was the suspect in this assault back in 2020, and you thought this has got to be connected to this guy. Why do you suppose it took so long for authorities to make that connection? Were they trying to get their ducks in a row, or do you think maybe there was something else going on?
I think in the very beginning, we questioned it, but I don't know if it was being maybe looked at hard enough at first. That it just wasn't obvious. Obviously there was steps they had to go through to get this information. They had to put warrants out to get flight manifests and credit card information, and we weren't being told any of that these things were happening. But as a mom and as her parents, we were like, okay, it's this idiot that, held her at gunpoint and just over a couple $1,000s, who just didn't want to stay in jail for 3 years, is now facing life in prison or even the death penalty. They're just they're cowards, they're killers, they're not smart, they don't know what they're doing, and I didn't know what the police and what the FBI and what MCAO and MCSO were doing behind the scenes. And when I look back at some of the dates that these warrants were put out, they were working on this back then. It just takes a really long time to get that evidence, the warrants on that evidence.
And I know how frustrating it was for you, too, waiting for
one of the reasons it took so long to get Sincere arrested was that he had not been arrested and his fingerprints weren't in the system. Once his fingerprints went into the system, they were able to start piecing it together, and that's when they flew down and got him.
Erica and Tom Pillsbury joining us, the parents of Mercedes Vega, who was murdered in 2023, and 2 new arrests made. One, the name that we've heard for a long time, and that is Cujo Young. He was suspect in an assault against Mercedes back in 2020. What do you know about this other guy, this Jared Gray? This is the first time that we've heard his name, but I don't know if it is for you. Did you know about this guy in the past?
No. It was the first time we've heard his name also. Since we've known for a couple of days. We just weren't allowed, we didn't want to say anything. They hadn't put the charges against him, and he was, he's in Georgia, or he was in Tennessee, and then we wanted to make sure that the warrants were put out on him, and that the charges were on him before anything was said. A look back at his history is drugs, possession of firearm, stolen vehicle, kind of the basic things. He's only, I think he's only 20.
I think he's 20.
He might be almost 20, but very young. But, criminal past that's, reads as long as your arm, like a Walgreens receipt with, photo after photo after photo after photo of his arrests. Just doing stupid stuff. And I don't understand these people and why they do what they do. And honestly, if Cujo would have just robbed Mercedes and admitted it and spent 3 years in jail, he'd be out by now.
And instead, should mention Erica and Tom Pillsbury join us on the phone right now. Instead, now seems like Cujo Young has a mountain of charges that he's staring at. I know police are supposedly pursuing a number of drug charges against him from other cases. And now, in your daughter's case, a conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit kidnapping, as well as charges against Sincere Hayes and also Jared Gray, who Chris mentioned as well. Do you believe we're going to hear more suspects' names come out here? Have you two heard other names tied to this case that have not been released yet? Or is it going to focus on these 3 individuals that we've mentioned today?
These are the only 3 people that they can actually prove that were involved in this.
Right now.
Is there other people involved? Yes, but it could be, I'll give you a scenario. For example, we've always believed that someone she knew let them know she was there at her place before they took her. It's going to be very hard to prove that person knew that this was going to happen to Mercedes. Will we find out who these people are? Most likely they're going to be witnesses. I don't believe anytime in the near future that anyone else will be charged because they weren't physically involved in what happened to Mercedes. These 3 individuals were the complete. Cujo was the mastermind, and those were his little puppets. And he orchestrated what needed to be done. They flew here to do it, and then left. The one thing that you did get wrong back when you were talking, they did not fly back out of here. They got on a Greyhound bus and left the next day.
Okay.
So evidence is starting to pile in. So like Erica said, we knew about this last week, but the detective wanted us to keep it quiet until the grand jury got together and decided that these charges were valid and all this other stuff. And that's where we're at right now. Do we believe that I believe there's at least 2 more people involved, but I don't think we're going to be able to prove that they knew what was going to happen to Mercedes. The 3 people that are in custody are 100% involved in this to the core.
Tom Pillsbury and Erica Pillsbury, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Big breaking day. 2 more people charged in connection to Mercedes Vega's murder case, a name that we've heard for a number of years, Cujo Young, and then also a name that just appeared on our radar today, Jared Gray, along with Sincere Hayes, who we've known since November of last year. Our heartfelt condolences to you two. Thank you so much for taking a few minutes, and we will continue to follow this case until it's completely been adjudicated.
Thank you for being a part of this and keeping her alive in the media and her information out there. We really appreciate you.
Yes, we do.
Of course. All right. You know that the prosecutor is already seeking the death penalty on the guy. You heard Pillsbury's talk about that, looking for the death penalty on the Sincere Hayes guy, the one that they say was the trigger man. Does that mean that these 2 new players could face a similar fate? Behind-the-scenes wrangling that is going on as we speak. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:19. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now.
We have to pass bipartisan budgets.
Arizona Senate President Warren Peterson frustrated with House Speaker Steve Montenegro for not working in a bipartisan manner to pass a budget before the government shuts down June 30th. Governor Katie Hobbs has vetoed both House budgets that were passed by the legislature, while the House refuses to vote on the bipartisan budget passed by the Senate. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check those roads right now. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. If the Carefree Highway is your shortcut to get to I-17 from the East Valley, you need to know right now that westbound Carefree Highway and 27th Drive, there's a wreck there slowing things down. That's just east of the I-17. At the 101 and Frank Lloyd Wright, you've got an accident there on the east side of the freeway underpass. It's blocking all northbound off-ramp traffic through lanes and restricting the eastbound Frank Lloyd Wright Boulevard to 1 lane through the underpass. In Phoenix, eastbound Camelback Road and southbound 19th Avenue are slow, and that's due to a crash there. There's a wreck in Tolleson at 83rd Ave and Van Buren, and in downtown Phoenix, 7th Street and Jefferson, a little slow traffic there due to a wreck. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear and 77 tonight. 106 is expected for the high tomorrow. Right now in Carefree, it's 97. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
We talk the Arizona state budget with the Senate President on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app, and streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel. All right, Joe, you, good job, by the way, at reaching out to Pillsbury's and getting them onto the program. They've been always such kind guests to us, and I appreciate them, and I can't even imagine the pain that they're suffering. And I think you hit the nail on the head when you said that there's got to be a mix of emotions today, as there are 2 more people arrested in the murder of their daughter, Mercedes Vega. That's on top of the guy that the authorities picked up back in November, Sincere Hayes. So now we've got the Sincere Hayes, Cujo Young, who we've all speculated for a while has been sort of a mastermind behind all of this, and then Jared Gray, which is a name that we hadn't heard until this arrest was made, which means that the sheriffs, the FBI, everybody that was doing the investigation on this, they were keeping their cards close to their vests until the time came to drop that info, and now we've got it. So Sincere Hayes is facing the death penalty. We know that the prosecutors are saying this guy did something so atrocious, death penalty is the only thing that we want to go after on this Sincere Hayes guy. But now you've got these other 2, and like we said, this Cujo Young, who was on an ankle monitor because of his involvement allegedly in an assault back in October of 2020 against Mercedes Vega, the victim, which is why we think probably he was sort of masterminding this whole thing. He also paid for the flights for these 2 other characters to come from Tennessee and then allegedly do the deed. Mm-hmm. You think, he's been charged with conspiracy. Are we facing the death penalty on this guy, too? Do you think prosecutors are going to go after death penalty on both of them?
I think Cujo Young for sure. You've got a guy who is accused of armed robbery on her, and then, like you said, masterminding. I hate that word for him. if assuming he did this, that allegedly he did this. It doesn't seem like he's much of a genius. So, but I hear you.
None of them seem too bright to me. In fact, when they picked up this Jared Gray guy, they said, "Why were you in Arizona?" He goes, "I was on business."
Yeah.
Well, the guy's like 20 years old with a rap sheet, as you heard Erica Pillsbury say, Mercedes Vega's mom, a rap sheet as long as a Walgreens receipt.
Yeah. I assume.
And he says, "I'm on business." Oh, I'm sorry. Were you hedge fund trading? We don't believe you, dude.
Yeah. With Cujo Young, I would think so, death penalty. If you're, getting other people to potentially kill someone else, or who knows what the heck he would say at a trial. Was he going to say he just wanted to, scare her and not go forward with this armed robbery case, that he had nothing to do with that? I have no idea, but I have to believe they likely would pursue the death penalty against him. As far as Jared Gray, I don't know. I guess it comes down to what his involvement was. Did he drive her car and drop it off, near the culinary dropout where they found the car that Mercedes had been driving? Was he there when the car that was out there and her body were set ablaze off the I-10? I'm not sure. My gut tells me they won't go after the death penalty for him. What do you think?
I think they do.
Yeah.
I think they do, because they charged Gray with first-degree murder.
Yep.
Kidnapping, armed robbery, and theft. So I think that they charged him with that first-degree murder. And I guess if I'm hearing you right, feel free to correct me. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Go for it.
What you're saying is they believe Sincere Hayes was kind of the trigger man, but this other guy was there. And so maybe they go after life in prison for him, but Hayes is the one that gets the death penalty. Is that kind of what you're feeling?
Kind of, sort of. And I also, I hope that the authorities have all their ducks in a row here, and I hope that they can go after the death penalty for all three of these guys if they did what they're accused of doing, because I think it's awful. But I also know that at times, if you have somebody who was there who can say, "Yeah, we did this, we did that," maybe they look to cut a deal and they say, "Yeah, we're gonna go after you for first-degree murder, but we will spare you your life." And if you are willing to tell us everything that went on and everything that all three of you did, hey, you can spend the rest of your life in jail.
Snitch, and you're going to get 3 hots and a cot. If you don't snitch, you may end up riding Sparky.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to, what do the authorities know? What can they prove without one of these guys stepping up and saying something? And I don't think there's any way Cujo Young does. I think the rap sheet is way too long against him. Yeah. What does he have to gain? And I think similar with Sincere Hayes, based on the fact that they charged him first, I think they've got quite a mountain of evidence there. With Mr. Gray, I don't know. I'm not positive.
He's kind of new to us. Yeah. You already know the Phoenix Metro is one of the fastest growing in the nation. That's because you're either a long-time or lifelong resident like Pablo, who's watched the area explode, or you're one of the people that have contributed to the expansion, like Joe and I. Now, what you might not know is that Phoenix isn't the top place that people are looking to relocate. The number one city, it's not the one that you'd guess. You'll find out where else people are looking in our headline volley. It's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Let's talk about your feet. Pablo, don't laugh at me. I like to talk about my feet. They're very important. I don't have a foot fetish. I just like to get out and run. I like to get out and walk. Feet are important. And I've had a lot of foot pain. Had plantar fasciitis. Basically makes your feet feel like you've got your grandfather's feet. This stinging pain in the back of your heels. I feel like a whole new person now, thanks to my personalized arch supports from the Good Feet store. Go to goodfeet.com right now, book your free personalized arch support fitting at goodfeet.com, or walk into any of their 5 convenient Valley stores in Ahwatukee, Scottsdale, Goodyear, Gilbert, and Glendale. If you've got any foot, leg, ankle, knee, or back pain, get to the Good Feet store and find out how their personalized arch supports can bring you significant pain relief in just 4 weeks. It's summer out. It's the hottest time of the year. It's also the best time to take care of your body and make sure you're doing everything you can do to feel your best. Fuel your summer fun now, one comfortable step at a time, thanks to Good Feet. Sun-soaked days deserve pain-free walks, thanks to the Good Feet store. Get to goodfeet.com today. That's Good Feet, good life.
the atmosphere over Arizona is just right for the monsoon, generating sudden, severe thunderstorms with high winds, damaging hail, lightning, torrential downpours of rain.
Ooh, that rain is coming down in central Phoenix today.
And blowing dust, making driving conditions unsafe on any road.
Visibility is down to about 1/4 of a mile due to blowing dust.
Stay alert and stay informed with Arizona's news station, covering the monsoon all across the valley. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, and save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
We all like cash, right? No one likes clunkers. Paul Calvisi here, and this is where Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, they step in with cash for clunkers. Yep, trade in your old clunker AC and get $3,000 off a new AC unit right now. That's right, say goodbye to the clunker AC and say hello to cold, hard cash while it lasts. $3,000 off a new AC unit when you trade in your old inefficient AC. And let me tell you, that's one of the best decisions we've ever made as homeowners. Total game changer. When we recently got brand new AC with Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, we got rid of that old outdated AC that I'd fixed like, 3 out of 4 summers? What was I even doing? Seriously, this new technology is so much more efficient. We have saved so much more money on our summer AC bills, and now is a great time to upgrade and save during the Cash for Clunker sale. Get $3,000 off a brand new energy-efficient AC system when you get rid of that old clunker AC. Terms and conditions apply. Visit dayandnightair.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. President Trump insisting the U.S. strikes severely damaged Iran's nuclear operation, despite a U.S. intelligence report that says otherwise. Trump taking questions from reporters at the NATO summit in the Netherlands, disputing the Pentagon's preliminary report that Iran's nuclear facilities were not obliterated. Here's ABC News senior Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez.
DNI Tulsi Gabbard has come out with new intelligence, she says, that proves that the 3 locations that were targeted in this weekend's bomb strikes, Esfahan, Fordo, and Natanz, ponds. If the Iranians wanted to rebuild them entirely, it would take years to do so. In other words, this new intelligence would back up the information from the line that we're hearing from the administration, which is that these 3 locations were obliterated and they have set back Iran's nuclear ambitions for quite some time.
Nearly 6 months in, there are still many questions over the immigration policy being followed by the Trump administration. ABC News consultant and former Homeland Security official John Cohen joined our immigration in Arizona today. Special law enforcement is being stretched very thin.
It's not the job of law enforcement to solve our immigration issue. We've got, our immigration system has to be updated and revamped. But it is the job of law enforcement to minimize the risk to the public.
Cohen says there are mixed messages that come from the White House, from focus on criminals and terrorists to arrest and deport anyone in the country illegally. You can see the full special at the KTAR YouTube page.
Demolitions expert.
What? Since when?
Explosions, flames, burning things.
Demolitions expert, okay.
Fireworks are a 4th of July staple. While you may think you're an expert, but when it comes to handling the big stuff, you best leave it to the professionals.
Just because it's sold in a store doesn't always mean it's legal. While anything that stays on the ground is typically okay, anything that goes into the air or explodes is a no-go. Using illegal fireworks can carry a $1,000 fine, but using them wrong can be even more costly. Lieutenant Brian Rimza with the Phoenix Police Department.
Every year we see people injured, we see people who lose their homes and are displaced. 4th of July is the #1 day where pets go missing because of loud explosions. We have vulnerable populations in our community, and so it's important that we all take into account everyone that's impacted.
If you do use fireworks this year, keep kids and pets away, make sure you have plenty of water nearby, and soak used fireworks in water for a full day before putting them in your trash. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Let's check on traffic now. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky, in Scottsdale 101 and Frank Lloyd Wright. A lot going on there due to an earlier crash. East side of the freeway underpass is affected, and this is blocking all northbound off-ramp through lanes and restricting the eastbound direction of Frank Lloyd Wright down to 1 lane through that overpass. Now, we got a bunch of wrecks on the surface streets. We got one in Phoenix at 40th Street and McDowell, another one at eastbound Camelback Road and affecting southbound 19th Avenue. It's actually slow in all directions. In Tolleson, there's a wreck at 83rd and Van Buren. And in downtown Phoenix, there's still a little bit of slowness going on at 7th Street and Jefferson, affecting the westbound end of Jefferson. Traffic is brought to you by MistingMasters.com. Enjoy your backyard by installing misters or fog systems. 10% off for 1 year, same as cash this month only. Go to MistingMasters.com for full details. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
For an overnight low right around 77 degrees and 106 for the high tomorrow. We could see 110 by Saturday, but it should back off a little bit again next week. Currently in Glendale, it's 103 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Happy Wednesday, and if you want to learn the latest on Israel versus Iran, immigration raids, who knows what else will pop up today, join us for The War Room. Hear all sides, 5 p on the dot on Outspoken on KTAR.
And every day right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news and a check on traffic with Fast Lane Larson, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Joe, the Phoenix area was the second most searched city by U.S. homebuyers wanting to move, according to a recent survey. More than a quarter of homebuyers nationwide searched to move to a different metro area between February and April of this year. That according to Redfin. Sacramento, California topped the list, and then 3 cities in Florida rounded out the top 5. If you lost your gig here and got phone calls from radio stations in Sacramento, Orlando, or Myrtle Beach, which was 6th on the list, would you move, or would you be likely to stay put and then find something else in the Valley?
I'd want to stay in the Valley, but let's be very clear. The only reason I'm losing my gig here would be something awful that you did, first off.
Fair.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So I would want to stay here, first and foremost. I've lived in the Valley for 25 years now, and I like Vegas a lot. I obviously wouldn't live on the Strip.
Well, Vegas is 8th on that list. So is Vegas the only town that you would, if something happened here and there was an opening in radio in Vegas, would you go?
Man, I loved San Diego. I'm intrigued by Seattle. I've never even lived in Seattle, and people say I'd hate the rain, but I think I'd actually like it. I just wouldn't want to go anywhere where it's horribly cold all the time. I don't need the 4 seasons anymore. I love Michigan. I love going home and seeing my parents.
Well, that's why I threw Orlando and Myrtle Beach out there as options.
Well, but see, too humid in Florida.
You're like my dad.
Dude.
Like, oh, it's too humid. Oh, it's too hot there. Oh, it's too cold there. Oh, listen, Goldilocks. I don't think you're going to find something that's just right.
This is just right.
I was going to say, I think you found what is just right for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about you? What about Pablo? Where would you guys want to be?
I follow the money.
Me too. I'll go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, wherever
Sacramento?
it is. Yeah. What are they paying? Right?
Oh.
Yeah,
get my agent. Yeah. Pablo, get my agent on the phone. We're going to Sacramento.
I didn't realize that was an option. Like, yeah, okay. Whoever's paying me the most.
Come on.
Oh, my goodness.
Unbelievable.
The 4 seasons. Look at you, man. What does Frankie Valli have to do with this?
Everything.
Okay.
Everything.
All right, to you, my friend.
Okay. The next step of the Phoenix to Tucson intercity passenger rail corridor study, man, isn't that exciting, has been approved. Preparing a service development plan. So what's a service development plan? The service development plan is going to identify the number and location of choo-choo train stations and the required infrastructure improvements that would potentially take place in a Phoenix to Tucson railway. It's also going to forecast ridership and revenues. So, Chris, I want to know, scale of 1 to 10, how interested in hopping on a train and taking a ride down to the old Pueblo are you? And then I've got a bunch of options that I'm going to have you rank. So first, let's go. Very Joe question here.
Okay.
1 to 10, Chris Merrill getting on a train and taking a ride down to Tucson. How interested?
On a train to Tucson, probably not.
No, 1 to 10. You can't probably not me.
4.
Okay, 4. All right.
I just Pablo'd that one, didn't I? I was like, nope.
You did. You really did Pablo it.
I'm proud of you.
And now I need you to rank the following here. You got a pen or pencil ready?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're going to rank most attractive to least attractive means of travel for you.
Okay.
Flying. Driving. Bus. Train.
Okay.
Walking.
Okay.
Burro.
Yes.
And boat.
A boat to Tucson is going to be tough.
I didn't say to Tucson. I just said means of travel.
But that was going to be a rough one.
If you think you can take a boat to Tucson, I'm proud of you. I didn't say to Tucson. I just said means of travel.
Can't wait for that infrastructure project to be done.
I mean, I just said means of travel. I didn't say to get down there.
This is the best canal ever.
Yeah, best to worst for you.
Okay. Worst is public transit. So, bus. I don't like bus at all.
Okay.
Train is second. How far are we traveling?
Well, we're
going to Tucson?
Well, again, we can't take the boat to Tucson,
all right.
So.
Well, I don't mind walking, but my limit is about 5 miles.
Okay.
Okay. So I don't care for public transit, buses and trains, although I've ridden both and they're fine. Burro, I've never ridden a burro. It's been 40 years since I've ridden a horse.
I can't imagine you do well on that for real long, though, either.
For a burro?
Yeah.
I can't imagine the burro would do very well on that.
Exactly.
I do love a road trip. I don't mind flying. I like that. That's right.
So flying or driving best?
I love a boat, man. I do love a boat.
You are going to take the boat.
I'm taking the boat. Not to Tucson, but if I got a chance, I'm taking a boat.
Pablo, I'll just make you do the
Did you see what I did for my anniversary last week? I took my wife on a little shoreline cruise.
I did see that. I saw there was a little storm.
A little storm of brewing. I put it up on my Instagram.
I did see that. It was very nice. Pablo, 1 to 10. You're taking the train to Tucson. How interested in that are you?
I'm really interested in a train.
You
Highly,
are?
yes, because I'm lazy. I don't like to drive,
Uh-huh.
and I don't trust other people driving vehicles. I feel a train just feels safer, just be on the track.
I'll take the train if Pablo's going.
Okay.
I'm
But
not going
other
by
than that,
myself, though.
I'm with Chris. Like, it's something that's either a boat or something I'm not driving. I don't want to drive. That's all.
Okay.
Oh, that's fair.
So you'll take the boat to Tucson, too?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay.
Yes. 3-hour tour.
Good deal. Good deal.
Stupid. Oh, my God. Somebody signs a paycheck for us to do this every day.
Yeah, that's why we're all
can't
going to end
believe
up in Sacramento.
Hey, Sacktown.
Get my agent.
Hey.
Get my agent.
Where are the A's?
Unbelievable. Natural disasters, civil unrest, and an on-again, off-again war in the Middle East has many Americans feeling unsettled. You might be thinking of how you can best prepare for a worst-case scenario. You're going to hear from our resident expert in just how far you should go in your planning for the unexpected next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Creative Environments Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. It is hosting season, summer backyard barbecues, poolside parties, and they've got all of the things you need for those events. Outdoor kitchens that will absolutely blow you away. Modern grills, rustic pizza ovens, pools, and remodeling that make it a splash all summer long in indoor and outdoor living spaces. Designed for Arizona living in mind. Go to creativeenvironments.com. You're going to love these guys. creativeenvironments.com.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit sonorawestdev.com to get started. Again, that's sonorawestdev.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With LifeSource, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. It's our summer sale. Save up to $1,000 when we pay your sales tax. Hurry, offer ends July 4th. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Warranty limitations apply.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. K-8 students in Gilbert Public Schools will no longer be able to use their cell phones during the school day, even on breaks. The new policy approved by the district board last night comes after Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs signed a bill in April requiring internet and wireless device restrictions in school. Rebecca Gall with Stand for Children, an education advocacy group, explains this policy benefits students by taking care of issues like privacy and limiting distractions. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. time for a traffic check now. Let's go to Heather Larson, who's live at the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In downtown Phoenix, we got a wreck at 7th Street and Jefferson affecting westbound lanes of Jefferson. Also, Phoenix, 40th Street and McDowell, we've got a wreck there affecting the southbound lanes of 40th Street, one at eastbound Camelback Road and southbound 19th Avenue. And in Tolleson, there's a wreck at 83rd and Van Buren. Right now, traffic brought to you by Arizona Business One Stop. Launching your business with Arizona Business One Stop is easier than ever. A free online tool to plan, start, and run your business in one easy-to-use place. For KTAR News, I'm Heather Larson.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Here's a scenario I think that we can all relate to here in Arizona. Driving down I-10, minding your own business. And bam! A rock cracks your windshield. That could ruin your whole day, but take a breath. Rocks happen. I mean, we basically live in a pile of rocks anyway. Call or visit newvisionautoglass.com and see if you qualify to get up to $375 cash back. That's pretty much free money. Okay, so let's run down the checklist. Mobile service? Check. New Vision Auto Glass comes to you. Your insurance rates stay the same. Check. See, Arizona's a no-fault state, so if you're properly covered, no raising of insurance rates and no cost to you. And the best part, right after New Vision replaces your windshield, they'll give you instant cash back of up to $375. And that ends the checklist. Also, because you had a monkey wrench thrown in your day, New Vision Auto Glass wants to treat you to dinner. Every customer gets a free all-you-can-eat buffet voucher from the famous Brazilian steakhouse Rodizio Grill. So call 480-210-9090 or go to newvisionautoglass.com, a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
This summer, there is still time to transform your backyard with Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is offering a free travertine deck upgrade with every Dolphin Pools package. Elegant, high-end travertine at no extra cost. It's one of Dolphin Pools' most luxurious upgrades, and it's yours free for a limited time. A show-stopping outdoor escape built by Dolphin Pools, an A-plus trusted expert with rave reviews. Visit dolphinpools.us.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
And streaming live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Hunger remains one of the most pressing challenges facing our community, but we can make a difference. Join KTAR's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos in supporting St. Mary's Food Bank through their fundraising campaign in the month of June. Text FOOD to 620-620 to donate. $1 provides 5 meals. Text FOOD to 620-620 to donate and be outspoken against hunger. Bruce St. James, the great from Outspoken, joining us in the studio right now. In fact, Bruce, I just made mention $1 provides 5 meals,
Yes.
but now that we've got a match going on with Axon.
How much is that now?
10 meals.
That's amazing.
Every
Yes.
dollar you donate means another dollar donated. That comes into 10 meals.
Can I just say that I one of the things I really like about that and knowing kind of the return on investment is how St. Mary's can really stretch a dollar.
Yeah, no kidding. That's impressive.
And how even the most modest donations can generate such amazing good.
Bruce,
yes.
Before we get into what you've got coming up in the war room, because I know you've got a good one.
You see what St. James is doing on the YouTube right now? You seeing
He keeps
this?
pointing at the monitors in the studio.
I just
there.
like when he covers up my face. That's
Okay,
really
keep
a
going.
benefit to all.
Oh, that's very good.
Yes.
That's very. I wondered what I thought he was just waving.
No.
Okay, very good. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, you can see the shenanigans. If you're not, the prepared citizen movement is a growing trend in which people take provocative steps to become more self-reliant and ready for various emergencies or crises. It includes hardcore military training, self-defense, and tools such as first aid and emergency communication.
Yeah.
Bruce is someone who is proudly self-reliant.
I have all that.
Where are you on a scale of the Boy Scouts Be Prepared versus the Doomsday Prepper movement?
I didn't know that was a thing. Like, I didn't know it had a name. Like, I've always, obviously you've heard the prepper thing. I do not have a bunker. if that's a question. I do not have a car old enough to survive an electromagnetic pulse. That's a thing for some people.
Do you have the food in the plastic tub?
Oh, yeah. I've got freeze-dried food. I've got ways to start a fire, ways to purify water, generator, solar generator, etc. Yeah.
Do you have camouflage?
Plead the fifth.
If the feces hits the fan.
Plead the fifth.
Are you wearing all camouflage?
Well, don't wear green camouflage in Arizona. So
yeah, right? You got to use the Desert Storm
You got to have some desert camo. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying.
By the way, you can go to Prepared Citizens TG.
See, and you make it sound like, and I've always made the joke, this isn't about a zombie apocalypse. This is about the stuff that we see all the time, where the assumption that everything is always going to work okay, everything's always going to be fine, I just don't assume that. And my reason I don't assume it is, I don't know. Absolutely everything going on around us, from, gee, maybe you shouldn't drink the water. It might be bad. There's a problem with water, to the electricity's going to be out for weeks at a time. Whatever it might be, it happens all the time to other people. Why would you think it would never happen to you?
Those are all the reasons that I don't worry about it, because it hasn't happened to me.
It's only afterwards, yes. Afterwards. Gosh, if only we'd have had a generator.
No, listen. You know what you need? Guns, and then you can hold your rich neighbors hostage, and then you're set.
Okay, there's a solid argument behind that.
You don't need a generator. You just need to know somebody who does.
And have more guns than they do. And ammo.
That's exactly
right.
Okay. Tell me about your war room.
Yeah, well, we're going to have Senator Kavanaugh in, along with Barry Markson. And you know, we're going to have to talk about the budget at some point. Arizona is getting closer and closer to some sort of a state government shutdown. And what that means, Governor Hobbs vetoed not one but two budget bills. And I don't know kind of what level of standoff we're at. But, you know, that, along with obviously what's going on in Iran, immigration, the war room will be a spirited debate today.
These are all the reasons you have buckets of food in your bunker. I appreciate that.
No, he has no bunker, just buckets of food.
I wish I had a bunker. Someday.
I think we have to disseminate between the truth and what he tells us publicly.
Need somewhere to hide
two very
from
different
us.
things. All right. The great Bruce St. James, along with the star of Outspoken, Gatos, they start with Outspoken coming up here at 4 o'clock. Joe Huizenga, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now imagine that you're able to find your dream home. Yeah, it's got the right size bedrooms. It's got that kitchen with the island in the middle. And it's got that bunker, if you're Bruce. Whatever. Now, once you find that home, you've got to make sure you can act fast. Get into it before Bruce finds out it's got a bunker with extra storage for food. That's where Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program comes in. With Orchard, they give you cash for the home that you're in right now, so you can buy your new place first on your timeline with no waiting, no showings, no hoping that Bruce doesn't notice before you get your offer in. And then Orchard experts take over the repairs on the old home. They make the upgrades you need to get the top dollar, and a local Orchard agent takes care of it. It's Orchard's Move First program. Find out how much your home is worth. Visit Orchard.com and get your free home valuation. It's Orchard.com. And again, Orchard.com.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Hi, Jamie West here for Beatitudes Campus in North Central Phoenix. Have you ever heard of a life plan community? It's a vibrant lifestyle where you enjoy independent living today with a smart plan in place if your needs ever change. Curious? Take a tour, meet the people, feel the difference. And right now, save big with the Summer of Super Savings. Visit BeatitudesCampus.org. BeatitudesCampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus, celebrating 60 years of serving seniors.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So we had a huge new business pitch.
Attention, all hands on deck.
When, boom, our only printer was fried.
Up in smoke, like your chances of landing that account.
Well, I just sent the file to Staples. Devin, the print associate, was on it. She had it printed and bound same day.
So where's the drama?
There wasn't any. Staples made it super easy.
Inconceivable. For the products, services, and experts you need, Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Leave it to Pat Hickey over at Peoria Ford to break the rules. It's the unauthorized factory Ford tent sale. You might have heard about employee pricing. Well, guess what? They got better than employee pricing going on under the tents right now at Peoria Ford. Over 1,000 cars to choose from. You can find out all the details right now at PeoriaFord.com. Remember, you buy your Ford anywhere other than Peoria Ford, and you paid too much.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon, 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn, and we could be headed for a state government shutdown without a final budget by June 30th. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us live in the News Center with an update.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs has vetoed both House budgets passed by the legislature, their original conservative budget and a continuation budget. Senate President Warren Peterson is frustrated the House is not working in a bipartisan fashion.
It takes leadership, competence, and courage to pass a bipartisan budget in divided government.
The Senate passed a budget last week and that was negotiated with the governor, but the House refused to vote on it. Speaker Steve Montenegro tells the Mike Broomhead Show the House does not want a government shutdown. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
President Trump insisting the U.S. strike severely damaged Iran's nuclear operation, despite a U.S. intelligence report that says otherwise. Trump taking questions from reporters at the NATO summit in the Netherlands, disputing the Pentagon's preliminary report that Iran's nuclear facilities were not obliterated. Here's ABC News senior Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez.
We're seeing now more pushback from the White House, and what's really interesting is that in the pushback, the White House is essentially declassifying some information contained in that report. It tells us that the intelligence gleaned in that what they call a low confidence report was gleaned from 1 day's worth of intelligence, and that the information had not been shared yet with the rest of the intelligence community, which would at times come up with a consensus view of what the intelligence really showed.
Israel and Iran seeming to honor the fragile ceasefire between them for a second day, and President Trump asserting that American and Iranian officials will talk next week, giving rise to some cautious hope for longer-term peace. But he told reporters today at that NATO summit he was not particularly interested in restarting negotiations with Iran. Earlier today, an Iranian official questioned whether the U.S. could be trusted after the weekend attack. Iran has not acknowledged any talks taking place next week. 17 Arizona students have returned home after their trip to Israel ended in evacuation amid Israel's war with Iran. The students, along with 2 chaperones, left Israel on a cruise ship bound for Cyprus after their planned flight home was canceled due to security concerns. U.S. Senators Mark Kelly and Ruben Gallego helped facilitate their return, but say their work isn't done until all Arizonans stuck in Israel are back on American soil. A defeat in federal court for the Trump administration, which wants to pause the disbursement of money to be used on electric vehicles in the U.S. The cash includes about $1 billion for electric vehicle charging station infrastructure. The lawsuit was filed by attorneys generals from 14 states, including Arizona's Chris Mays. It is not the job of law enforcement to solve the nation's immigration issues. That's the word from ABC News consultant and former Homeland Security official John Cohen. He joined our special Immigration in Arizona today, voicing frustration over some mixed messaging he says is coming from the Trump administration.
There are some folks who are very clear that the focus is the worst of the worst. Those people who are terrorists, potentially, those who are dangerous, violent criminals, gang members. There's not that many people who fall into that category.
Cohen says the overall system must be fixed. Now you can see the entire special on the KTAR YouTube page. Let's check on the roads now. Heather Larson is here to get you home this afternoon in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. There's a wreck in Peoria at Olive Avenue and 107th Avenue right now. Lots going on and just across the valley. How about Avondale? We got a wreck blocking the center lane on the 10 eastbound near Avondale Boulevard. Slow traffic in Scottsdale, and I mean slow from McKellips to McDonald on the southbound 101 Pima Freeway. In Phoenix, there's a wreck at eastbound Camelback Road and southbound 19th Avenue, and in Tolleson, a wreck at 83rd and Van Buren, that's 83rd Avenue, affecting traffic in all directions. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight's low, 77 degrees. Tomorrow, a little bit warmer at 106, 108 by Friday. Currently in Scottsdale, it's 102. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 1. Oh, I got to tell you, a lot of people call hour number 1 the best of the hours. Well, in hour number 2, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the war room. A lot has happened over the last week or so. Iran, Israel, the United States, the bombing of the nuclear facilities. We've got a great panel, 5 o'clock, war room. We've got the budget also to talk about. The House, Arizona's House, they're screwing it all up, by the way. There's a solid argument to be made for that. And I know that some of you Republicans and Democrats listen. Just do your stinking job and pass this thing for crying out loud. Hold your breath. You're acting like a bunch of kids. Anyway. That'll get them in line. So we got the war room in it. Yeah, Gato scolding them. Should get them right in line. So did you catch what happened on the Diamondbacks game yesterday? Ugly. Wow. Ugly. How else would you put it? Well, I mean, despicable.
How about mean?
Yeah.
It was just mean.
Yeah, I think it went past mean. I think that's past mean. So when we were watching or listening to the game, you know, there was a pitching change. And then you see one of the Diamondback stars, Ketel Marte's crying. Literally. Tears. Right. Here, take a listen.
Welcome back to Chicago. This is from the previous pitching change. Torey Lovello with Ketel Marte in tears on the pitcher's mound, waiting for the reliever to come in, consoling Ketel Marte, who was in tears during that break.
And you're wondering, like,
what happened?
Well, the team is falling apart, like, injury-wise. And
Fair.
I was thinking, like, another player got hurt. Is it that? Or has something happened in his life over the last 24 hours? And, he broke down on the field? Well, it happened during the game, and it happened because of a fan.
You hesitate to even call him a fan. A guy in the crowd began heckling him regarding his mother, who passed away in a car accident, and was heckling him about his deceased mother.
It's a 22-year-old fan.
Got ejected.
Yeah.
Which is good.
I think the fan said that he was remorseful.
Well, Major League Baseball says he's been 86th from every single stadium.
Okay.
He's out.
Forever?
Yeah. And I don't know if you saw.
So no one's ever done a mother. No one in Major League Baseball history has ever mocked a player for a death or
I think
has
there's
gone
a line.
over the line. I agree. I
think there's a line, and there's a good argument that they crossed it. By the way, can we give some credit to the Sox for this? Because this happened in Chicago.
The White Sox. Because it certainly wouldn't be the Red Sox.
They put up a on their big screen. It said, "Baseball is family. The White Sox community supports Ketel Marte."
Yeah. My point is, though, that this has happened for years, that there have been fans who always go over the line. This is not the worst thing that a fan has said. It's awful.
Okay.
It's a 10 out of 10 and being disgraceful. It's a 10.
It's pretty bad, yeah.
Right? But, I mean, this stuff has happened for decades. I'm just saying that we've had bad people in the stands that say things just like this.
It was going to go one of two ways. Either he was going to internalize it and get upset and emotional, or he was going to jump over the railing and pound somebody into pancake batter.
Yeah.
Right?
Or I mean, or you ignore it. Hard, believe me. Or you ignore it. I want to say this because I was much more of a baseball fan when I was a kid.
Okay.
And I mean I remember the players from the 80s. Like, they would ignore everything almost. Like, even a cheer. You'd never get a reaction out of a player. And I don't know if it's just because it was a different mindset back then. Maybe the players back then were a little bit older, coming, out of the minors.
Okay,
maybe a little bit older, a little bit more worldly. Listen, somebody comes up to me and says, "Hey, I'm glad your mom died of COVID." Yeah, that goes over the line. And, what would I do? Would I turn the other cheek, or would I punch the person in the face? I really can't tell you until somebody comes and does that.
In the moment, you don't know exactly how you'd react.
Right. Would I sit there and would I tear up? I really don't know.
But you agree there's a line.
There's always a line.
And it would depend, I think, on what you were doing at the time. He was in a stressful situation there in the middle of the game.
But as a Major League Baseball player, you're told to ignore everything.
Ignore
what those people are saying, because they could call you the N-word. They could say your mother is dead, and we love that.
Okay, so
this is what these horrible fans say.
I have some pushback then. What is the responsibility? And think about yourself, having been to any game, hockey, baseball, basketball, football, whatever, of the other fans around this person. Where do you stand and go, "Hey, all right, buddy, that's enough"? You don't even have to. Other White Sox fans, and this could have said, "Dude, come on. That's too much."
And see, I like where you're going, because I think that we can put ourselves in that situation. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say I put myself in Marte's situation, because I don't know what I would do. I use the example of my mom, who passed away from COVID. If somebody came up and said that to me, you're either going to get bludgeoned, or I'm going to get bludgeoned because you're probably stronger than me, or I'm just going to turn the other cheek. But if I can just put myself there. If I'm a fan and I see that, I'm saying something. There's no doubt about it.
Even if it's the other team, right? You just like, come on, dude.
You cannot let that go as a human being. If you are standing there and you are a fan, I would want someone to say something, and maybe someone did. Maybe someone did. I think you would say something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What if the person's drunk and you know it? And
Doesn't
they're
even
probably
more
going to
so.
turn around and slug you too.
Oh,
I think you gotta.
Don't invite me to a good time.
I'm just saying that may
Don't
be why a
invite
lot of
me to a
people
good time.
wouldn't chime in. They might go get
So
someone.
wait. Becky Lynn's got a point because let's.
People don't want to get involved, right?
Let's be
Some
real
people
fair.
do.
It's frightening. You don't know.
Let's be real fair. If that guy's twice as big as me, am I going to say something and he's drunk? Now,
safety in numbers.
But now it
Come
changes.
on, Section 105. Let's go get him.
Now
That's
it
right.
changes a bit.
You were doing the wave. Help me out here. Exactly.
Changes a bit.
Yeah, it does.
There's been other incidents like this.
Yes, there have.
We talked about it, but I'll give a shout out to our buddy Brady over from Morning Sickness.
Yeah.
The good part of the Holmberg show.
Exactly.
Because he texted me this, but we already talked about it. Do you remember when ASU fans heckled Steve Kerr when he was playing for the U of A?
One of the all-time worst things that's ever happened in sports in the stands.
Steve's father was assassinated in Beirut in 1984. He was president of the American University there. And was killed by terrorists.
Yeah.
During the game, fans chanted PLO, Palestinian Liberation Organization, PLO. They chanted your father's history, and why don't you join the Marines and go back to Beirut?
Do you remember how Steve Kerr reacted? I don't.
If I remember correctly, I was going to school at the time.
Because that was a group of people. It wasn't
one guy.
No.
He froze. And they admonished the fans. Here's what I remember. I remember the coach. Oh, my God, what was his name? Really kind of a crazy ASU coach. I liked him, don't get me wrong, but he's kind of wacky. He apologized on behalf of the school to Steve Kerr. And ASU apologized and said that's just not the behavior. Listen, it's a rivalry and we can go after each other and you can make fun of their haircut or whatever. But you know, his father was literally killed by terrorists in Beirut, and that's not what you heckle somebody about. I brought up another one, and it's only because I met the gentleman.
This is a good one.
Vernon Maxwell played for the Houston Rockets. His nickname was Mad Max. Maybe not the guy you want to heckle to start off with when your nickname is Mad Max. His wife had a miscarriage. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Days prior, he admits, I should have probably taken time off, but basketball was my refuge. Basketball is kind of where I could go to get away from it. And two guys in the crowd started heckling him about his deceased infant.
Awful.
That's horrendous.
He walked up into the crowd, 8 rows up, and proceeded to punch the guy in the mouth. I met Vernon Maxwell years later, and I said, that's one of my favorite things you've ever done. And you know what he told me? He goes, I'd do it 10 times out of 10. He goes, they fined me $20,000 in 10 games. I'd do it again. I said, as well you should. I think there's a line. You want to, if you're a fan, you want to find out where the line is, just be prepared to back it up.
Wow. So Ketel Marte, obviously visibly upset with what happened. The White Sox has banned this heckling fan for life. You know, and the Diamondbacks are thinking of doing something when he comes home. And I guess my whole thing is I feel bad that a human being would stoop that low to try and get under a player's skin. But also with you know, first of all, you're a, you know, people say stuff about everybody on social media all the time that are it's just so horrible.
Yeah.
It's just so horrible.
I'm part of it.
Well, I don't know what that means, but
I've been trolling Carrie Lake all day. That's why.
Wow, that was good stuff today. Did you see that stuff? We should get to that a little bit later. But I guess my point is that people are so mean behind behind a screen in front of a keyboard, and I think maybe we're kind of used to that, and maybe we just brush it aside. But if someone does get in front of you, and then that's where it becomes so much more personal.
The kids call it IRL, in real life. You know, you go from the tough guy keyboard warrior to face with somebody.
Right.
Try saying it to their face.
And this guy did that.
Yeah, which is horrible.
It's horrible. It's horrible. And I feel bad for Marte, who, you know, you can't You can't blame him. He's a young guy. His mother was taken violently, right?
Car accident.
Right. And then...
and, you know, close relationship. He still mourns her loss. Uncalled for. And this guy, agree, deserves to be kicked out of ever showing up at a baseball game again. Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. And coming up next, it's the push to 500,000 meals. Oh, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. We're going to give you another reason why you should support St. Mary's Food Bank as we're outspoken against hunger right here on KTAR.
All right, at Aria Dental Implant Center, I want you to go get a consultation from Dr. Joe, meet him, sit down with him, and tell him, I want my teeth fixed. Tell him you're tired of your broken and missing teeth. You're tired of trying to chew these certain proteins, and, you don't chew it well. And then you swallow it, and you don't digest it well. And then you got health issues. Talk to Dr. Joe. You don't have to live with a smile you're embarrassed about. At Aria Dental Implant Center, they believe everyone deserves a smile they're proud of. So many people go to Dr. Joe, and Dr. Joe fixes them. Brand new life. You're smiling in pictures again. You're chewing foods that you haven't tasted in years. And at Aria, you will get the absolute best price. There are no hidden fees. They're a local company. They pass their savings on to you. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:18. I'm Becky Lynn. This is what you need to know right now.
We have to pass bipartisan budgets.
Arizona Senate President Warren Peterson is frustrated with House Speaker Steve Montenegro for not working in a bipartisan manner to pass a budget before the government shuts down June 30th. Governor Hobbs has vetoed both House budgets passed by the legislature, while the House refuses to vote on the bipartisan budget passed by the Senate. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check on traffic now. We've got Heather Larson in live now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. We're talking about the west side right now. There's a crash on the right shoulder of the Outer Loop 303 northbound near the 60. And also, in surprise, not too far from that on the Loop 303 at Grand Avenue. There's a wreck that's affecting northbound Grand Avenue. And in Avondale, we've got a wreck blocking the center lane on the 10 eastbound near Avondale Boulevard. And finally, in Phoenix, northbound Grand Avenue, I already mentioned that one, just south of Olive. So that's an area, if you can avoid, that would be very nice for you right now. Traffic brought to you by Vitalant, Arizona's blood provider. Save lives and donate blood on Sunday, July 6th at the Tempe Center for the Arts. Schedule your appointment at vitalant.org/SaveAZ. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, this portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons. AC Plumbing and Electrical celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker. We are on a push to 500,000 meals. That's right, 500,000 meals served, with a lot of those going to kids this summer while they are not getting meals they would have normally gotten at school. And we know that the idea of kids going hungry, not on our watch. We're doing the best we can, right?
Yeah, St. Mary's Food Bank, we're going to try and deliver 500,000 meals. We've got today, tomorrow, and Friday, and that is it. So let me tell you a story. So I had some appointments I had to hit today.
Okay.
Early. So I'm in my car, and I decide, you know what? It's like 8:15 or something. I had some early appointments. I'm just starving.
Okay.
I'm going to go to McDonald's.
You're known to do that.
Now, I go to McDonald's for my iced coffee. Love it. Under $2. Fantastic.
Best coffee. You
Can't
rave
right.
about the coffee.
And I said, you know what? I'm hungry. I'm gonna splurge. I'm gonna get some of those sausage McMuffins. Right? I mean, just awesome.
Oh, they're so good.
So I mean, when
they touch your lips
and there's a party inside of your mouth. Fantastic. So I pull into the parking lot, and I'm getting ready to get in line at McDonald's, the drive-thru, and I see a homeless man.
Ooh.
And I see a man who looks like he's in his 30s, and he's looking for some shade. And so I see him walking towards the shade, and I see he's got a little piece of cardboard, and it says homeless on it. Can you help?
Okay.
Okay. And he's literally right next to the McDonald's, and he finds a little bit of shade. And he goes and he sits down, and I pull up in my car and I put the window down, and I said, "Hey, let me get you something to eat." And he looked at me, and he looked sad. His eyes looked sad. And he looked at me, and behind that little cardboard, he had a sausage McMuffin. And he picked it up and he showed it to me, and he smiled, right? And I said, what can I get you another one? What do you need? Let me get you something to eat. And he said, I'm good. Okay. And so I got in line, went and bought my food, left. And it is just a reminder that not everybody gets to eat. It's just another reminder that not everybody gets 3 square meals a day.
Yeah, that is, yes.
You know? And it's like, so I went and I got my food. I can go and buy everybody in this office food today if I wanted to. And I could probably do it tomorrow and the next day and the next day. If I wanted to eat 20 times today, I could go and do it. That man might get that meal and that's it. And it made me, it's just another reminder that there's so many people out there that can't get food.
It's humbling.
It really is. And it made me realize again how many children are out there that aren't eating in the morning and in the afternoon, and then hopefully at night they get the one meal.
That's just the heartbreaking part, isn't it?
It is. How many seniors are out there and they're on a super tight budget, and you know what? They got to go once a week and get a box of food from St. Mary's Food Bank.
Hey, food prices are some things are real expensive out there.
Yeah.
Food prices haven't come crashing down.
It's just incredible that if I wanted to feed this entire office for a week, I would do it and not even blink. But the man that I saw today, he's not eating a lot. He's a pretty thin guy.
Yeah.
And on occasion, you know, I think someone beat me to the punch and bought him something, which is so warming to your heart.
What can I tell you something I like about this story?
Yeah.
Is acknowledging them. I think a lot of people, it's very easy to look the other way.
Sure.
Pretend they're not there.
Right.
And even if I can't do something or I'm not doing something for them, I try to acknowledge people.
I think that's a good thing.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I don't think the words, "Can I get you something to eat?" should be in our vocabulary. I really don't. I don't think that we should be at this point that we are in the United States, richest country, and there are lines that are going for blocks at St. Mary's Food Bank.
Seriously.
And so that's why we're outspoken against hunger all of June and for the next 3 days, and we're trying to get to 500,000 meals. So here is my ask.
How can people help?
I think we need $1,000 this hour.
From Team 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't care how you do it. We can have 10 people who gives. You can give $100 each. If there's somebody out there that can give $500, if you've got $25, great. But I think what we need is 10 people to text the word food to 620-620 and just take the reminder from me. And I'm sure you and everybody else, you see it all day. Not everybody gets to eat. But you know what? We can fix that, and we can put food in kids' hands, in families' hands, families who are living out of their car, who stop by St. Mary's, and now they can feed their kids. Think of the homeless man, my goodness. Biggest smile on his face because he had a meal.
You can also leave a message when you donate.
Yeah.
If you're a local business and you want to donate in the name of your business.
Let's do it.
We have a price. We admit it. You donate, we'll give you a shout out. And let people know that your business is supporting the community.
Can 10 of you text the word food to 620-620. Let's get over $1,000 this hour as we get closer. But we need your help as we get closer to 500,000 meals delivered to St. Mary's.
Yeah, outstanding. Again, text the word food to the number 620-620. We bounce you back a little link, try to make it as easy as possible. We've got a check of the headlines. Becky Lynn's got that for us. And then up next, if your teen, your kid, engages in violence, should the victim be able to go after the parents? It's happening. We'll talk about it. Up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Hey, it's time to clean up that filthy water that is inside of your house, the stuff that comes out of the tap, the stuff that certainly you shower and bathe in. Get a Kinetico system. Kinetico products made right here in America, independently certified. In fact, the K5 drinking system, the one that I have in my house, it is certified to remove more contaminants than any other system. So, I mean, the water smells bad when it comes out of the tap. And you're thinking, well, I can live like this. No, don't live like this. The water that comes out of the tap, it smells like chlorine. It's got floaties in it. You don't have to consume that. You don't have to feed that to your children. Well, maybe you say, okay, well, I go and get bottled water. Well, you're paying a lot for bottled water. Overpriced. It's just regular water that's cold. So I want you to feel confident in calling the best in Kinetico, all right? So just call them. Tell them Gato sent you. 602-910-6570. You can visit them at aquazona.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
When you pass away, your home and other assets could go one of two places: to the people you love or to probate court, where the government decides who gets what. Even a will won't keep your estate out of probate. But with a living trust from RJP Estate Planning, your estate could skip probate entirely. So your home, your savings, and other assets go straight to your loved ones. Without a trust, your estate could be tied up in probate court for months or even years. And your loved ones could lose a big chunk of their inheritance just to pay legal fees. Now's your chance to protect them. If you're 60 or older, you can save 65% on a living trust with RJP, trusted by over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995.
Call 480-896-9597 for your 65% savings. Call by June 26th. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit SonoraWestDev.com to get started. Again, that's SonoraWestDev.com.
On Saturday, July 19th, pick up a special Ketel Marte bobblehead courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Awarded Best Attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With LifeSource, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. It's our summer sale. Save up to $1,000 when we pay your sales tax. Hurry, offer ends July 4th. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Warranty limitations apply. KTAR News now.
It's 4:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. A key CDC panel handpicked by Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr. meeting today for the first time since Kennedy replaced all of its members. The panel was set to discuss vaccine recommendations and potentially raise questions about the safety of established vaccines, including the annual flu shot. Here's epidemiologist and ABC News medical contributor Dr. John Brownstein.
Several of them have actually questioned the safety of routine childhood vaccination. So this is a real concern when the ideology of this particular group is so unbalanced. The medical community is raising the alarm because, of course, this group may not have the credibility to set vaccine policy.
Nearly 6 months in, there are still many questions over the immigration policy being followed by the Trump administration. ABC News consultant and former Homeland Security official John Cohen joined our Immigration in Arizona Today special and points out law enforcement is being stretched very thin.
It's not the job of law enforcement to solve our immigration issue. We've got, our immigration system has to be updated and revamped. But it is the job of law enforcement to minimize the risk to the public.
Cohen says there are mixed messages that come from the White House, from focus on criminals and terrorists to arresting and deporting anyone in the country illegally. You can see the full special on the KTAR YouTube page.
Eyes on Education.
Students in Gilbert Public Schools will have less screen time during the upcoming school year.
The Away for the Day policy was approved by the governing board last night, requiring K-8 students to turn off or silence their phones throughout the school day, including breaks and lunch. Rebecca Gao with Stand for Children, an education advocacy group, explains some parents are worried about reaching their kids, but the policy has more pros than cons.
When I weigh all the benefits of the freedom from distraction, I'd rather have my kid paying attention to the teacher and paying attention to learning than 2% of the time that I'm trying to get in touch with them.
High school students will still be allowed to use phones during lunch and breaks. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
Time to check on the road home now. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. And surprise, we've got a wreck on the outer loop 303 northbound at Mountain View. That's going to be in the center in the dirt, so get to the right. Another crash in the West Valley, right shoulder of the 303 loop northbound near the 60. And another one on the 303, this one at Grand Avenue, but that is affecting northbound Grand Avenue. That's not on the 303 technically. And in Avondale, a wreck blocking the center lane on I-10 eastbound near Avondale Boulevard. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, Tundra, and more. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight, 77 for an overnight low temp and up to 106 for the high Thursday. 110 is in the forecast for Saturday, but I think we're going to back off a little bit from that next week. It's 104 in Tolleson. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
We talk the Arizona state budget with the Senate president on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Coming up at 5, don't forget we have the War Room today. Should be a lively debate with plenty of topics to cover. We're going to squeeze all the politics into the 5 o'clock hour. Please join us for the War Room. Gatos, we were just asking for people to help us out. We're trying to feed especially kids over the summer. We partnered with St. Mary's Food Bank. We call it the push to 500,000 meals. How are we doing?
It's great that some of you are leaving messages because I think that's super cool.
Yeah, anytime you donate, you can leave a little message, and we'd love to hear it.
Yeah, and
why you're donating, who you're donating for, whatever.
We need 6 more people to text the word food to 620 and give.
All right.
Anne donated $1,000 just now.
Anne,
let me read what she said. Because my kids have never been hungry.
That's a great reason.
If your kids have always had something to eat, if your kids, you're blessed. Not everybody's like that. And,
it's a great point.
For Ann to give $1,000 is incredible. And also for Joe to give 10 just now.
Thank you.
Anything that you can give is going to go towards meals. And so just text the word food to 620. 620, the push to 500,000 meals.
Sounds crazy when you say it out loud.
Yeah, well, we never thought we can get to that.
Yeah.
I think, with everybody's help in the next couple of days, we will.
Here. We're going to get there. Again, I'm confident.
Okay.
Gatos, should parents be held responsible, financially responsible, for the negligence and the criminality of their kids? Because if we go out to Gilbert, it looks like that's what's happening.
Yeah, if you had anything to do with Preston Lord's murder, and I'm Preston Lord's mom and dad, I'm suing you. I'm going to sue the parents. And that is exactly what's happened, and I couldn't be happier. The parents of Jacob Meisner are being sued for negligence in the death of Preston Lord. And I think this is where we need to go. And again,
holding the parents responsible.
You'll have your day in court. Prove to us that you didn't know anything. Prove to us that you didn't think your son was violent. Prove to us that maybe you did know when you tried to stop him. Or it'll be proven you knew as a parent that your kid was a monster. You knew, and you did nothing to stop him. And now you're going to feel the wrath that you deserve.
Well, remember, Jacob Meisner was involved in at least 3 of these gang-style attacks, including the one.
Good. Because now I'm going to take your parents down.
Took the life of Preston Lord. And the allegation is that his parents were negligent and, quote, knew or should have known of their son's propensity to engage in violence and inflict physical harm upon others.
I think this is important. I think that the Lord family is making a statement. They don't care about money. They don't care about that stuff. What they want to see is for those who knew their children were violent, and for those that hey, I don't know, they saw the videos that their own kids were doing, and they didn't do anything about it.
Yeah. What did you know, and when did you know?
You will pay. And I think that is terrific from the Lord family. Let's hold people accountable. And that's what's happening here. It is a big statement from this family.
We do it in other instances, don't we? We've seen it with gun violence, where parents didn't secure the gun, and the kid takes a gun and goes and harms somebody.
Right.
And you can go back and go after the parents. Vehicular issue, you gave the keys to your kid, underage or whatever, and they get in an accident. Well, that comes back on the parents. You have a party at your house, and people get drunk, and somebody drinks and drives and we hold the parents accountable. Right. Why wouldn't you hold them accountable in this context?
Right. And while the Gilbert Police Department knew all this stuff was going on and decided to completely ignore it, and they did nothing, the Lord family is saying, we'll take it upon ourselves to make sure that those responsible for our son's death is going to be held accountable. The cops didn't do it, but I think Lord's parents are doing that. And you know what? Listen, they've gone through so much already. They have to go through all these court cases with multiple people.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Because multiple people were killing their kid.
Well, and they're all going to have their separate day in court, if you will, and they're going to be there for all of them.
Right. This isn't, I don't see this as like the Lord family is taking their pound of flesh. I don't see that as them being, I'm sure they're angry. I'm sure they're hurt. You can just imagine. I don't think they're doing this for vengeance. I think that they're saying, we're going to hold you accountable because it was partly your fault. Yes, you weren't there when your kid stomped my kid's head into the ground, but you knew something was going on. And what you did wasn't near enough. And so that's why the lawsuit is that's why these lawsuits are starting to take place. And I think that is the absolute 100% way to go.
Well, these are kind of civil suits, wrongful death. It reminds me of, I don't know, the OJ. They got him in civil court, even though they didn't get him in criminal court, they got him in civil court. And it's a different preponderance of evidence. But again, there seems to be plenty of evidence against the goons in the murder of Preston Lord.
I mean, the people who killed Preston Lord, these kids, these murderers, these thugs, these goons, they're going to get their punishment. but their parents deserve to get punished too.
Here.
Coming up next, remember we got the War Room 20 minutes away. Remember, we're asking you to text the word food to 620-620. We're going to feed kids and elderly folks who can't afford a meal. But up next is Chivalry Dead. We're going to tell you what men aren't doing anymore. And I'm looking right at you, Bruce.
I'm ready.
All right, next.
Hey, I want to talk to you about Life Changer Loan, where it's not magic, it's just math. A Life Changer Loan could be the last piece of financing you will ever need for anything. The basic concept is you do all of your banking, your normal banking, inside your mortgage, which means you can pay it off in just a few short years without changing your spending habits. And I think that's maybe one of the most important parts. Plus, unlike a traditional mortgage, you have access to your equity 24/7. So you can do things like buy a second home without needing another mortgage. Do home improvements without needing a loan. You need a new car? Oh, you're not financing, you're borrowing from yourself. How about even college tuition? Goodness, what's that going to cost? Don't worry. You borrow from yourself and pay for it. If you've got great credit, you're good with money. Well, don't let a bank control your life with a mortgage. You take control of your finances with a Life Changer Loan. The future of banking and mortgage is here. Remember, at lifechangerloan.com, it's not magic. It's just math.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest savings of the summer have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:44. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. A house fire killed one person and injured a Phoenix firefighter today. Phoenix Fire Department got reports of a home on fire near Thunderbird and North 40th Street, and there they found a man unconscious upon arriving, and they were unable to revive him. The injured responder is currently being treated at the hospital for burn wounds. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a check on traffic now. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got 3 wrecks in Surprise right now on the outer loop. First one, the right lane on the Loop 303 northbound near Bob Stump Memorial Parkway. Another one at Loop 303 at Mountain View. That one's in the center, in the dirt. And then the third one is going to be at Grand Avenue. That's affecting northbound Grand Avenue. Let's move over to Avondale, where there is a wreck blocking the center lane on I-10 eastbound near Avondale Boulevard. Just some places to spend a little extra time in your commute this afternoon. Traffic brought to you by K2 Vision RLE, Refractive Lens Exchange. No readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision RLE's free live webinar tomorrow at noon. K2visionrle.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork. Much like baseball, I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey Jeff, yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Thursday at 7:14 a.m., KTAR's afternoon show invades KTAR's morning show. What could possibly go wrong? At least it's a good cause that's causing Gatos to join LaDonna Harvey and me, Jim Sharp, on Arizona's Morning News.
I called my good, close personal friend Jim Sharp yesterday. And
Does he hear how you talk about him around?
No.
Okay, good.
And I kid because I love.
Yes, you do.
I said, I'm coming on the show. That's basically what I said.
Yeah.
We're talking.
It's like voluntold. I'm showing up.
Listen, I'm coming on the show at 7:14. And so, gosh, that's early.
Good grief, is it ever?
And so we're going to talk about our campaign to feed kids and the elderly, Outspoken against hunger. And thanks to LaDonna and Sharp for allowing me on tomorrow. I'm sure they'll have changed their mind midway through the interview.
All right.
But I'm going to ask that morning show listeners. I'm going to ask you for a lot of money. I'm just going to say.
Just get ready.
We've done it with Chris and Joe. We've done it on the Broomhead Show. I am not afraid to ask anybody for money.
You are unabashedly unafraid, yes.
Ask the president of Axon.
That's true.
Yeah. He gave us $50,000.
Gatos.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you credit for something.
Oh, this is getting better every minute.
It pains me to say it out loud.
All right.
Now, the question is chivalry dead? And you know what? Every time I see you with the Gatos bride, I see Gatos opening her car door.
Absolutely every time.
I've seen it literally every single time.
It'll never not happen.
Chivalry is not dead when it comes to Gatos. But overall, are you chivalrous with women who aren't your wife? This isn't a criticism. I'm just asking.
Like if there is, if I'm entering a door, if I'm coming in the office and there's a female, I always let them go first. Sure.
Yeah, I'd like to think I am.
Unless it's Becky Lynn and I just walk in right in front of her.
Slams in my face. What is chivalry, though? What define that. I think that's just
giving
courteous.
up your seat on a bus. Like I was on a rental car bus recently, and I gave up my seat to a woman who was standing. I don't feel comfortable sitting down when there's women standing.
Was she happy about it?
She seemed okay.
Bill did that one time, and the woman was a little bit miffed.
I've had people get angry at it.
It was like, do I look like I'm that tired? I remember
right. Well,
I
stood up, and she said, well, I'm not going to sit down. I go, well, then we're both standing.
Oh, I've had some women look at me crazy that I've opened the door for them to the mall, and they look mad, and I'm like, I really don't say much, but I'd rather you get mad at me, or upset with me, or you think, why are you doing that?
I always hold the elevator door.
Yeah.
Like that's a thing. Please go ahead.
Is that courteous or chivalrous?
Okay.
See, that's what I'm saying. Chivalrous to me would be a woman is in danger somewhere, like someone's harassing him, and you step in and you stop it.
That's not my definition. Interesting. My definition is like opening a door. My definition is like when my wife and I go take a walk, and I hate it. Anyway, it's hot out, all that kind of stuff. Like when we go and take a walk, because you know what, she goes, it's good for you. I'm like, yeah, I still don't want to do it, but I'll walk on the outside of the street. Like if we're on
of course.
Oh yeah.
You always walk on the outside.
I walk on the outside
That's
of the
rule.
street. Because if a car were to barrel, I want it to hit me.
Right.
Now, if I'm walking with Becky Lynn, I might walk on the inside.
Yeah. You know something? I always gravitate toward the outside, and my husband's always shoving me back over in a very chivalrous way.
I know that I also, in the wintertime, I'm always giving my wife my jacket because she gets cold.
That's a thing, yeah.
And I always say, before we leave, make sure you bring a jacket because I don't want to have to give you mine.
And she doesn't bring it.
I'll be fine.
I'll be fine.
And then I'm cold.
And then you have to give up your jacket.
At least I'm chivalrous.
So it was interesting because they basically did a study from the people that do studies that found out that guys think they're chivalrous.
Oh.
Women don't agree. They say they're not seeing it.
Okay.
So there's a bit of a disconnect, maybe just in this discussion, as to what qualifies as chivalry.
My wife just texted me.
Okay.
She said you also lift up bags for women on airplanes into the overhead bins.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's nice. Yes.
Yeah, that's why my back hurts all the time. I stop doing it.
Running out in the rain to get the car so you can wait at the front door of the place you're exiting so you don't have to get wet in the rain.
Yeah, although I would say I think chivalry with your partner is one thing, but I do maybe it's courteousness with people you don't know.
Do you guys want to know the most chivalrous thing I've ever done?
You really had a tough time saying it. Go ahead, please.
This is good. I don't know if my wife is going to. Anyway.
Let's see what she says.
So we're dating.
Okay.
And I'm at home, and she was with, girlfriends or something, getting some dinner.
Okay.
And she calls me on her way out to the parking lot in the car, and it's pouring.
Oh, goodness.
And she's telling me, the rain, the water is up to my ankles and starting to get close to my knees.
Coming in sideways.
Because that's what happens during a monsoon.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, we'll get in the car, drive really safe over here, and we'll get you inside. So when she gets there, I open the door, and I have a towel that I put in the dryer.
It's warm.
I've got a hot towel for her. And I gave her the hot towel.
No wonder she married him, right?
And I'm thinking,
that's a closer's move.
I was like,
that's a closer's move.
It's a pretty good move.
That's a pretty good move.
Yeah,
solid move.
That's a pretty solid move.
So I don't know. Chivalry may not be dead, but again, maybe guys.
What about the younger generation? Do the men?
I don't.
Come on,
that
guys.
very often.
Jeez.
Have
some manners, man. Praying out loud.
I'm uncomfortable. Again, like if you're sitting down and there's women standing on a bus, I'm uncomfortable with it. I can't do it. No, thanks.
If you and I were in a bus and I was standing up, I hope you'd give me your seat.
Hold your breath. Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has got that.
I'll sit right on your lap.
Coming up next, it's the War Room. That's right. A political symposium, if you will, with some amazing guests going to be joining us live in studio. The War Room is on the way right here on KTAR.
All right. Howard Air is ready to come over to your home, and they're ready to make sure that your AC unit will make it through the summer. So, Howard Air and Plumbing over at my house earlier this week. They took their time, their due diligence. They made sure that my AC was ready to go. And I must say, probably a good idea that I called them. And the reason is, we're doing a bit of a remodel in the home, and it's pretty dusty. And I got to tell you, they told me that whatever is it, they use the AC terms. I really don't know what all that is. They said there was a lot of stuff in there that needed to be cleaned out. So a lot of that dust went into the vents and into the AC system. And they said, you're smart to have called us. But I just want you to know, if you do have a breakdown, put this phone number in your cell. Put it in your smartphone because you're going to need it, okay? 602-953-2766. Someone always answers the phone at Howard Air. No matter what time of day or night it is, if you have a breakdown, they're going to be able to help you. 602-953-2766. It's Howard Air and Plumbing.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for
today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You can get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors right now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Guys, if you feel drained, if you have low energy, brain fog, maybe trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Today's men have lower testosterone than ever before thanks to stress, poor diet, lifestyle. But Red Mountain Weight Loss has the solution. They offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or a tablet. We're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-strength testosterone, because the truth is, nothing out there can boost testosterone like actual testosterone. It helps you think clearer, sleep better, build muscle, and boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. If you have low T, you can start for free this month only at Red Mountain. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality at redmountainweightloss.com. You can go to redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain, real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
This summer, there is still time to transform your backyard with Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is offering a free travertine deck upgrade with every Dolphin Pools package. Elegant, high-end travertine at no extra cost. It's one of Dolphin Pools' most luxurious upgrades, and it's yours free for a limited time. A show-stopping outdoor escape built by Dolphin Pools, an A-plus trusted expert with rave reviews. Visit dolphinpools.us.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, and save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
It's hot, so you gotta have shade. Hey, it's Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. We've installed shades for thousands of homes and businesses in the valley. Everything we create is a custom fit, from roll-down shades that create an outdoor room to motorized awnings with lighting. We'll cool you down with a click of a button or the twist of a wrist. Free installation by our in-house pros, backed by warranty. Visit All Pro Shade for a free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade. Call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade.
KTAR News now.
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The state budget saga rolls on. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the News Center with the details.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs vetoed both House budgets passed by the legislature today. Senate President Warren Peterson ripped House Speaker Steve Montenegro.
It doesn't take competence or courage to pass a budget that only has R's on it.
And Speaker Montenegro tells the Mike Broomhead Show the House passed a continuation budget because they can't agree.
The number one thing that we want Arizonans to know is we don't want to shut down.
The Senate passed a bipartisan budget last week, but the House has yet to take it up. That could happen tomorrow. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
The state government will shut down June 30th without a final budget. A new wrongful death lawsuit's been filed against the parents of one of the accused killers of Valley teen Preston Lord.
That suit is against Anthony and Wendy Meisner, parents of now adult Jacob Meisner. It comes from the family of Preston Lord, who Meisner is accused of participating in the group killing of in October October 2023 when he was a minor. KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson explains.
And they're alleging that because he was a minor at the time this happened, that the parents bear some legal responsibility to control their child, and their failure to do so resulted in Preston's death.
And he adds if it's found Meisner's parents were aware or should have been aware their child was engaging in violent acts leading up to the death of Preston Lord, they may be civilly liable for wrongful death. Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Following the president ordering strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities, many members of Congress say he was working outside of his presidential authority. Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton joined Arizona's Morning News to say he doesn't quite agree with that.
Of course, the president has the right to make an immediate decision to defend United States interests.
Stanton says that now that these strikes have happened, the president must meet with Congress under the War Powers Act to present the evidence and reasoning for the attack. A defeat in federal court for the Trump administration, which wants to pause the disbursement of money to be used on electric vehicles in the U.S. The cash includes about $1 billion for electric vehicle charging station infrastructure. This lawsuit was filed by attorneys general from 14 states, including Arizona's Chris Mays. We're always wary of sharks at the beach, but perhaps we need to be more afraid of those beach umbrellas. A lifeguard is said to be in stable condition after being impaled by an umbrella on New Jersey's Asbury Park Beach. Joe Bongiovanni with Asbury Park Beach Operations says the woman was setting up the umbrella in her chair stand when the wind took it. Firefighters say the stake was sticking out of the back of her arm about a foot.
While she was setting it in, a gust of wind came and pulled it out of her hand. And as it was going out, she reached up to grab it again. And when she grabbed it, it pulled her off the bench with the umbrella. And when they landed on the ground, the thing came down and it went through the adipose tissue underneath her tricep there and went through her arm there.
And also in an ode to being careful, don't shoot your eye out this 4th of July. City of Phoenix is cracking down on illegal fireworks. Anything that stays on the ground is typically okay. Anything goes into the air or explodes is not. When using fireworks, keep kids and pets away. Be sure you have plenty of water nearby. And soak used fireworks for a full day before you put them in the trash. Checking traffic. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Very busy day for accidents on the Valley freeways. We'll start in Tempe. There's a crash blocking the interchange ramp on the Loop 101 southbound near Southern Avenue. And then in Phoenix, we've got a wreck on 79th Avenue and the eastbound I-10. Now for a surprise. So if you're heading north on the Loop 303, the outer loop, you're going to have 3 wrecks to get through. The first one is the right lane on Loop 303 northbound near Bob Stump Memorial Parkway. Then there's a wreck on the northbound Loop 303. Once again, this one at Mountain View. That vehicle went off into the dirt. And another one in surprise on Loop 303 as you get to Grand Avenue. Now, this is actually affecting Grand Avenue more than it's affecting the 303. So if you've got to get from Clearview to the 60, that's going to take a while today. And now Avondale, we've got a wreck there too. It's blocking the center lane on I-10 eastbound near Avondale Boulevard. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save during the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Find spectacular offers now at Sands Chevrolet in Glendale today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
But first, we're going to take a look at the weather forecast. It's not bad. 77 for our high today. We are going to warm up a bit. 106 tomorrow, maybe 110 by Saturday, but we should back off a little bit after that. 102 in Peoria. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents The War Room. A political symposium cutting through the noise from the Arizona State Capitol to Washington, D.C. The War Room starts now.
And the War Room is live on KTAR's YouTube channel. You can listen, you can watch. Let's get into it. We've got a ton of stuff to get to. Of course, it's Bruce and Gatos. Let's see who's on the panel today. We've got Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh's back with us. Great to see you, Senator.
Thank you, sir. Great to be here.
All right, KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson weaseled his way back onto the war room.
Woohoo! Weaseled my way.
Great to see you, Barry. I tease.
Thank you.
You need an appearance fee now for that assault.
You should have heard the begging. The begging they made.
Off-air begging.
We got the president and CEO of High Ground, Chuck Coughlin. Good to see you, my friend.
Great to be here with you, gentlemen.
Let's start with Iran. Let's start with the U.S. Let's start with Israel. The question, were the strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities a success or a failure? Who would like to take it first?
I'll jump.
Chuck.
I'll jump.
Short-term, long-term?
I was not thrilled. I was not thrilled when he joined this fight. I'm one of these people who feels that these are Middle East issues, and when we make ourselves the issues in the Middle East, I always find that to be a negative for us. We work well through surrogates there. We've worked well with. I get. Well, Israel's
our surrogate there.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm totally supportive of not ever allowing Iran to have a nuclear weapon, since they would use it. I mean, I think that's clear. But
how are you against it?
Well, the crew that's in charge right now, Larry, I just don't have the greatest sense of confidence in our Secretary of Defense, our national security advisor. The team that's there does not instill me with great confidence.
Interesting. Barry.
Yeah, it's look, when it happened, I was a supporter of it. And the way I look at it is there's a couple things, but the biggest one is we had an opportunity before North Korea got a nuclear weapon to stop that, and we didn't do it. And here it is, and Iran's worse than North Korea. I mean, they're right in the middle of everything. They're a terrorist nation. They support terrorists all across the world. They create chaos, and they're constantly doing stuff to hurt the United States. So if we have a chance to take out a nuclear weapon before it happens, I think that's a good thing.
All right.
I share Chuck's concern, though, and you're kind of seeing it now. Trump came out that night and said we obliterated it. It was a, what do you say, complete obliteration. And now I'm not sure I hope that's the case, but that doesn't seem to be what's
Delayed
coming.
it maybe 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna need to find out, but I don't think it was a complete obliteration. And now Trump is just taking his victory lap. So everything now it's a win. Anybody who criticizes it is bad.
Right.
And he's not going to the follow-up steps that need to be done now. Right. Are they going to be done, or is he going to say, I won, let's walk away?
So let's go to Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh. Sure. Success with the bombing or a failure, where are you?
Well, we got that setback of only 3 to 4 months from CNN, so we know that's baloney.
Okay.
They're not exactly
We got that from
it's
a Pentagon leak.
We got it from a Pentagon. The Pentagon's got it.
Well, and the Pentagon spoke. The leakers at the Pentagon gave that information about 10 different media organizations and gave it to Congress. They gave it to the leadership in Congress.
I see your Pentagon leak, and I raise you one UN party that said there's radiation leaking. And since I don't think they had a little thermos of plutonium by the surface, I think those bunker busters did the job. Plutonium. And that, by the way, is the reason why Trump could not allow Israel to continue to be our surrogate. They didn't have bunker busters.
Right.
And there's only 2 ways you take out that deep facility. You either let Israel bring in ground troops, which would create a real major disaster of war in the Middle East, or the U.S. moseys on over, right, was a 37-hour,
round-trip flights,
a little
B-2
bit longer
bombers.
than the Gilligan's Island
The only country
tour.
in the world that could have done it.
Yeah.
Right.
And 7 bunker busters, and it was great. And I'll tell you one thing. Barack Obama got a Nobel Peace Prize before when he first got elected, right? Because of what they said he might do or will do. You had Trump with the Abraham Accords. You got Trump and Netanyahu neutering the Houthis, taking out Hamas, removing Hezbollah, and now getting rid of the Iranian nuclear threat with its ballistic missiles. And I'll bet you those feckless fools will still not give Trump a Nobel Peace Prize.
Are you saying you can't bomb your way into a Nobel Peace Prize? Is that what you're saying? That's an outrage.
I'm going to go.
Mahatma Gandhi got it all wrong.
Yeah,
Chuck.
I all due respect to my senior colleague and deeply respected state senator here. What he just said was all not proven yet,
Yeah.
and we're going to have some kind of dialogue with them. It's going to have to happen.
With Iran, you mean?
Yeah, it's going to have to happen as a result, whether it's 3 months or a year. I mean, we got to figure out a way to get, as Barry was saying, to get across the table from these knuckleheads.
Well, so here's the question. Will we ever know
how successful they were, or over what period of time.
We will if Iran really wants to come to the table now. If Iran wants to say, hey, we're gonna set this aside. We're gonna stop being a terrorist nation. We want to open up the economy. We want to make life better for our people.
You don't think they're going to do that?
No, they've never done that.
Right.
The only way you get that is if you have some sort of a regime change. And I'm not saying the U.S. should go in there and create regime change. The Iranians have to do that themselves. But no, they came. Their whole dedicated life as a country is to literally destroy Israel and that the United States is the great Satan. I mean that's the whole focus of their world.
We will know whether or not it was totally taken out or 90% or whatever, because Israel has so many Mossad agents.
There's
in
a
that
solid
country.
argument behind that.
There is wisdom
they
in
know
that.
everything that's going on.
There is wisdom in that.
Yeah, Israeli agents had lunch down there the other day. They already know what's going on.
Got it.
And there's always the beepers.
Well, I was quoting, and I looked at, there was the Times of Israel, and they said Israeli officials are questioning how effective the strikes were, that they don't have, at least according to this reporting, that they aren't sure.
But then Trump and his people started showing something from Israel. They're saying Israeli intelligence saying it did knock the whole thing out. And so I don't know what's true. I don't think anybody really knows what's true yet.
Well, we've never used these things before,
no,
right?
We used them in Tora Bora.
Yeah, thanks.
Against Osama bin Laden.
That worked.
But you're going to have eyes on it. They're going to have to let nuclear inspectors in there, or somebody's going to have to go in there and look at it.
Have to get there.
Because we don't know. We've never used it in combat before, exactly.
Right. So we're inside the war room. We've got Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh. We've got KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson, President and CEO of High Ground Chuck Coughlin. We are talking about the bombing of Iran and the nuclear facilities. Is part of the issue how Trump came out in front of America on Saturday with the tough talk and the
victory lap?
We obliterated it. Did he misrepresent the bombing of the facilities? Because I'm with you guys. I don't know if they're destroyed. I have no idea. CNN says one thing, the UN says another, Trump saying something, Israel saying. I think if you're the president and you don't know 100% that they're destroyed, why do you come out and
it's Trump?
I understand that. This is huge, though. You can't blow this.
The leopard doesn't change his spots.
This is the MO, right?
Yeah.
We bombed them. We're putting that behind us. I'm going to Europe. I'm going to pick another fight over there, and we're going to pay attention to that now.
But it's everything. He creates his own facts, Gatos, and that's been the problem the whole time. We can agree about policy and stuff, but he creates his own facts. His facts are it obliterated the whole thing. And part of me said, well, did somebody in the military tell him it obliterated it? But the answer to that is no, because the next day Marco Rubio didn't say they walked it back. The Joint Chiefs Staff Chairman walked it back.
We degraded it. They used other terms.
What do you think, Senator?
Well, it's one thing to lie about the size of your inauguration crowd. It's another thing to lie about potentially getting us into war.
Is that what they call it now, an inauguration crowd?
Yeah.
Look, Trump has been working with Israel for weeks. Israel took out their defensive radar, giving them total control of the skies. Israel then went around knocking out their ballistic missile sites and other military sites. And then we came in for the final cherry on the cake, right? The bunker busters. So Iran is militarily decimated.
Neutered.
Well, good word.
No,
I agree with that.
So it's a victory, and I'm not taking anything away from Trump. He was magnificent. Netanyahu was magnificent. They both should get Nobel Peace Prizes.
I know that it may not have worked out perfectly. I don't know if we took everything out, but wasn't this a good week for Donald Trump? I mean, the actual military operation was amazing.
Military
incredible.
Did great.
There's a ceasefire. No one's killing each other right now. So doesn't the president deserve some?
Yes, it was a great couple of weeks for Israel. It was a good week for Trump.
Was it the best week of Trump's presidency?
This one?
I think so.
So far?
I got to think that's true.
Yeah.
Plus, you also had the immigration ruling, if I can give you a segue into the next
Absolutely. Yes, we're going to talk about that.
Somebody's trying to get his own show.
I think it was a good week for him.
Yeah.
What I'm consistently concerned with is this narrative of not being truthful. And I just read something before I came over here about all of the false narratives in the Iranian government, and what that did to them over time is it made them weak. Made them weak as to the point that John just made, that Israelis took them out.
Yeah,
There was
in
nothing going
hours.
on.
Yeah.
In hours.
In
It's
hours.
amazing. You know, that's not strength.
We are inside the war room. We've got Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh, our legal analyst Barry Markson, and the president and CEO of High Ground Consulting. That's Chuck Coughlin. Coming up next, Trump gets a big win in court when it comes to deporting illegal immigrants. We'll discuss it next inside the war room on KTAR.
All right, I want to tell you about advanced window products, okay? Is your air conditioning working overtime just to keep up with the blazing Arizona sun? Because it's time to face the facts. Your windows are bad. It's costing you money. You got old leaky windows that let the heat in, the cold air out, and this is, hard-earned cash right out the window. At Advanced Window Products, they specialize in energy-efficient windows built for Arizona's extreme climate. So they've got 39 years in business. They've been doing this since 1986. Sales and installation all in-house. There is no middleman markups. These are the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the entire state. So they want to give you a deal, and it's a good one. The Gato Summer Special. You buy 10 windows or more, and you get $2,500 off. All you got to do is call them, tell them I sent you, 480-764-2002, or you can go to advancedwindows.com.
KTAR News Flash.
5:17. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. President Trump insisting the U.S. strike severely damaged Iran's nuclear operation, despite a U.S. intelligence report that says otherwise. Trump taking questions from reporters at the NATO summit in the Netherlands, disputing the Pentagon's preliminary report that Iran's nuclear facilities were not obliterated. Here's ABC News senior Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez.
DNI Tulsi Gabbard has come out with new intelligence, she says, that proves that the 3 locations that were targeted in this weekend's bomb strikes, Esfahan, Fordo, and Natanz, if the Iranians wanted to rebuild them entirely, it would take years to do so. In other words, this new intelligence would back up the information from the line that we're hearing from the administration, which is that these 3 locations were obliterated and that have set back Iran's nuclear ambitions for quite some time.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's see how it looks as you're rolling down the road this afternoon. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. It is not looking good in the West Valley right now on westbound I-10. So there's that wreck that happened earlier. That was at 79th Avenue and the eastbound I-10. So now traffic is now being forced to exit at 75th Avenue. You might want to avoid the I-10 right now, westbound and eastbound altogether. Let's move on to Tempe. We got a crash there blocking the interchange ramp on the Loops 101 southbound near Southern Avenue. And in Surprise, quite a bit going on the Loop 303 northbound. You've got crashes at Mountain View, Grand, and Bob Stump Parkway. So another one also in Avondale, blocking the center lane on the 10 eastbound near Avondale Boulevard. So we'll bring you more as we get it on the eastbound I-10, traffic being forced to exit at 75th. Traffic brought to you by the Beatitudes Campus. Our summer of super savings is on. Your parents can save big and enjoy a senior community like no other. Schedule your tour at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
And in studio with us for this edition of the War Room, Senator John Kavanaugh, Barry Markson, Chuck Coughlin. We are having a conversation. Heated, high volume at times, right?
Symposium.
A symposium, if you will. Let's transition to immigration. Trump got a win in the Supreme Court when it comes to deporting immigrants to third countries, not the country they are from. Instead of returning them to a home country, turning them to a third country. Are we deporting the right people if ICE's own numbers say only less than 50% have any criminal records?
Let me first say that I'm a little uncomfortable with the word transitioning. So
okay, fair enough.
John, I was going to make that joke about you, but I decided not to do it. But thank you for taking it. That was great.
I guess I've been in the House and the Senate for the last 19 years, so I'm trans-chambered.
Trans-chambered.
I'll admit to that.
That's great.
No, we're not. I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing people are upset about right now. But Trump doesn't care because it's just like gaslighting everybody. You know, he's got ICE doing this rather than looking at Iranian threats to our security. We're throwing people out of the country.
Gardeners and dishwashers.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a guy yesterday in L.A. who's the father of 2 Marines.
Three
Marines
yeah.
got arrested and tackled.
Yeah.
You know, by ICE agents
While he was cutting the grass at the
yeah,
IHOP.
Yeah,
Been here for
and his
decades.
first call out of jail was, "Hey, could you go get my truck? I don't want to lose my truck."
So,
I mean,
Senator
it's just
Kavanaugh,
unbelievable.
Senator Kavanaugh, what are we doing? What are we doing picking up? There was a mom that was breastfeeding. They took her out of the country. I mean, we're taking the wrong people out, are we not?
Well, 45 to 55% of the illegal immigrants in this country did not sneak over the border escaping persecution.
Okay.
In fact, most of the border crosses are not those kinds of
asylum seekers.
They're actually
economic.
which is not grounds for asylum. But let's forget about that. Roughly half of the people here illegally overstayed visas. They had a tourist visa,
Right.
they didn't go back. They had a work visa, they didn't go back. They had a student visa, they didn't go back.
Correct, yeah.
They all should be deported. Why would you let somebody who overstays a visa, who's not claiming they're being persecuted, kick their butts out? So right off the bat, I got no problem, half of them going all together. Now, I talked to my colleagues who talk about illegal border cross. So who would you remove? I said, would you remove somebody who just crossed the border a year ago? You know what I hear? Crickets. They don't want anybody removed. They don't want a border. They don't want immigration laws. You know who I want here in the place of those people? I want the people in the countries they came from who put their name on the list and are patiently waiting to be brought here legally. I want those people here, not the people who overstayed visas or jumped the border.
There's certainly something to be said. What John's saying is the people who overstay their visa, they're not here legally, and they can be deported. There's a lot of questions, though. There's a Republican congressman out of Florida, congresswoman, who's now saying you're pulling so many people out of these industries that we're going to start to see a major hit to the economy because hotels and agriculture and other things, construction, they're losing the ability to do their jobs. You have Republican small business owners and farmers who are declaring bankruptcy because they're losing the ability to do the work. There's a smarter way to do it. But I think what they're saying, Senator, is that you have Trump. The Trump administration came in and said, we're going to find the murderers and the serious criminals, and that's who we're going after first. And the fact is they're not. The latest reporting today is that of the people we know who are here illegally and have a conviction of murder in their own country, 6% of them have been deported, and yet they're pulling the gardener out who's been here for 25
Only
years.
700 out of 13,000 or something.
Let's take these guys who
Convicted
are running around masked and pulling people off the street and say, let's focus on crimes. Let's find these criminals first and then do this. But instead, you have Stephen Miller, who's literally going to meetings at the Department of Homeland Security and screaming at people, saying, "I want 3,000 a day.
I call him bald Goebbels.
Doesn't matter what the procedure is or the policy. I want 3,000 a day, or heads will roll." And that's what we're looking at.
Can we
right
take
now.
the 50% who overstayed their visas, no matter where they are, how long they've been here, because they have no right to be here?
But the point,
and talk about killing the hotels, real quick. Right? Hotels are going to be closing in California and New York because they have $30 an hour minimum wages. That's what's going to collapse the hotels.
Okay, but what we need, get back to all this, is a law. I mean, we're back to where we were again. And I texted our state's junior senator about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I said, hey, could we get an immigration bill in exchange for something on this reconciliation? He goes, nope, they're not. The market's not open. I said, but we need to have an immigration bill because we need to have laws that govern this. But both sides, both political parties,
too much in it to fight over it than to ever solve it.
It's like
I don't trust one of them to
war.
solve it.
Right.
Well, they want an immigration bill, right? So what do they say? Let's secure the border. They want to secure the border now because nobody's crossing it because Trump looked at the border with a dirty eye and they all ran back to their home countries. So now they want to do border enforcement.
Under Biden.
And they don't want the internal enforcement.
Yeah.
They want everybody at the border because nobody's there.
Last word, Barry.
I would just say just about the court case you brought up at the beginning, Gatos, that Supreme Court decision. It's not a decision. It's a shadow docket thing, and they didn't even say why they found this. But what it allows is for the U.S. to send illegal immigrants who are going to be deported to one of their countries, and we can't get them into that country because we don't have an agreement with them.
Like Venezuela?
China?
Cuba. They can send them to somewhere else until they can get moved. It can be some dangerous, but for what I've read, these are all people with actual criminal records But who knows if that's really
So
true.
we can take care of the hotel worker shortage in Uganda.
There you go.
There you go.
Sudan.
We are inside the war room. John Kavanaugh, Barry Marks, and Chuck Coughlin. Up next, let's come back to what's going on with Iran and maybe expand it a little bit farther. So Trump worked to get a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran. Is it time to undo the ceasefire? Talk about it next inside the war room on KTAR.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Hey, guys, we're talking about low testosterone. If you have low T, call Red Mountain Weight Loss. They could do so much for you. A lot of men suffering from low T, a lot of stress. You got a poor diet, lifestyle. It's a serious health concern. You're starting to feel a little tired and sluggish, and, you know, you're losing some of the mental focus at times. Go to Red Mountain Weight Loss. The doctors there can help you. They're a trusted team. They are the leader in health solutions for both men and women. If you get, you know, some testosterone, what basically happens is it helps your mental focus. It'll boost your sex drive. It is a game changer. And this month, if you have low T, you start for free, only at Red Mountain. So go to redmountainweightloss.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
When you pass away, your home and other assets could go one of two places: to the people you love or to probate court, where the government decides who gets what. Even a will won't keep your estate out of probate. But with a living trust from RJP Estate Planning, your estate could skip probate entirely. So your home, your savings, and other assets go straight to your loved ones. Without a trust, your estate could be tied up in probate court for months or even years. And your loved ones could lose a big chunk of their inheritance just to pay legal fees. Now's your chance to protect them. If you're 60 or older, you can save 65% on a living trust with RJP, trusted by over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995.
Call 480-896-9597 for your 65% savings. Call by June 26th. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs has vetoed both House budgets passed by the legislature, their conservative budget and a skinny budget. The Senate passed a budget negotiated with the governor last week, but the House is refusing to take it up. The state government will shut down if there's not a final budget by June 30th. A wrongful death lawsuit has been filed against the parents of one of the accused killers of Valley teen Preston Lord. It's against the parents of Jacob Meisner. Meisner is accused of participating in the killing of Lord in October 2023. KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson explains.
So here, Preston Lord's parents are bringing a wrongful death suit against the parents of one of the alleged perpetrators of his death. So it's not against the defendant himself, but rather against his parents.
If Meisner's parents should have been or were aware their child was engaging in violent acts leading up to the death of Lord, they may be civilly liable. It's summer here in Arizona. So far, the valley's seen milder than normal temperatures, but such is not the case elsewhere in the country, where more than 120 million Americans are still dealing with a brutal heat wave. But while relief is on the way, ABC News Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z says the impacts from the high heat will still be felt for some time.
Sometimes you'll have this heat hangover where people have been, cumulative heat is adding up in their body, and even after the heat wave is done, you could still have impacts because you've been dehydrated and all of that. So today's probably that day for many people where it's not quite as hot, but boy, you still have to deal with a lot of the impacts, and it's still going to feel like over 100 for so many people.
The Census Bureau confirms what every real estate agent in the country has known for months. The market for new homes has crumbled.
Sales of new single-family houses last month came in at a seasonally adjusted annual rate of 623,000, nearly 14% below the April figure and a 7-month low. New home data is closely watched as an indicator of the broader economy. The decline comes despite price cuts and sales incentives offered by builders trying to lure house hunters out of hiding.
ABC's Jim Ryan.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
And that means trouble, big trouble. Let's find out where with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yes, Becky, let me have very big trouble with a major freeway closure for your ride home. It's I-10 eastbound due to an earlier rollover wreck, now closed at 75th Avenue. So the eastbound lanes of I-10 are closed at 75th Avenue, and you probably want to avoid the area or find an alternate route. That's not all. We have other issues going on in Scottsdale right now at Thomas and Miller. This is an area, if this is part of your normal commute, you do want to avoid this right now. So at Thomas and Miller, you've got a wreck blocking northbound Miller, westbound Thomas. Also, eastbound Thomas is restricted to one lane. That eastbound left turn lane is also blocked, and southbound Miller's left turn lane is blocked as well. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, Tundra, and more. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
77 tonight, and tomorrow's high 106 degrees. Probably 110 by Sunday, but I think next week we're going to cool off a little bit again. Should be much better by the 4th of July. Right now in Chandler, it's 101. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
All right, here we go. Second half of the War Room. We've got the president and CEO of High Ground, Chuck Coughlin. We've got our legal analyst, Barry Markson, Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh. Let's talk Iran once again. But first, of course, we have to play what Trump said yesterday, which in my opinion may be the greatest clip from a president in my lifetime.
Here we go.
You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
Doesn't that just wrap up the entire Middle East over the last 1,200 years?
Well, some people would argue that it wraps up the last about 100 days pretty well.
You know what amazed me about that more than anything, and I've been on the radio a long time, but back when Obama was president, and I was on the radio with people who were offended that he stepped off of Air Force One without a tie on. One time he appeared in front of the media in a beige suit, and they were freaking out about
Impeach him!
the disrespect to the office. And now this is okay.
All right, let's get to the question about what's happening in the Middle East. There is a ceasefire. We've got both sides not shooting at each other. I said this yesterday. I think Trump needs to get rid of the ceasefire. Listen, if we did not get everything in the nuclear sites, we got to go back and finish the job.
Yeah.
We got to go and do it again.
So you want to lift the ceasefire to go back?
Nah, it's always going to be done over the table. We're never going to know. And I mean, John said earlier we'll be able to get Mossad or somebody in there to put some eyes on it. But
I can't believe you're out warmongering me.
I usually don't do that.
Larry's
channeling his inner McCain, you know?
Larry's running, you know.
Well, it was so easy the first time, and if we didn't get it 100%, we need to go back and get it 100% because as everybody has said,
but I don't know if there's 100% guarantee. I think the problem is there is no such thing as 100% guarantee.
They have nuclear material. We don't know where that is.
They probably moved that off there before we blew it up. And the killer for me here is there really a ceasefire? There's nothing signed by anybody. It's literally just Trump saying there's a ceasefire. Tweeting it.
But they aren't firing missiles, I don't believe.
And the parties are afraid.
They have none left.
Trump called when Trump dropped that F-bomb that you just played. I would never have played that on the air, by the way. No, I'm kidding. But it was he said you could tell he was mad at Netanyahu. He was mad because Israel went back in after Iran shot off a couple of extra rockets, and Israel went back in and did some major bombing, and Trump was mad at Netanyahu. That's what that was.
Oh.
And that got Israel to say, okay, and they stopped.
Let's play that clip here.
Now I hear Israel just went out because they felt it was violated by one rocket that didn't land anywhere. That's not what we want, I'll tell you. And I'm telling you, I'm not happy about that, Israel, either.
Yeah, he's not happy with Netanyahu either.
Because he wants to be the peace guy now. So this is now Trump's game. He did it, and he wants Netanyahu's got to play along. And look, Israel got most of what it wanted. We'll see what this nuclear stuff did.
Isn't this all an argument that diplomacy is going to be the only solution? Is there a military solution? I don't know how you bomb the ideology out of them. By the way, it hasn't worked anywhere else.
Dick Nixon used to say, you shape the bargaining table on the battlefield, and then you close the deal.
There is no diplomacy without a military backup, and that's the bottom line. So, I mean, President Bush and Clinton and Obama and Biden, they all said no way will Iran have a nuclear weapon, and they all sat back while it happened. In fact, Obama released $1 billion to Iran, which they used to fund their program and their missiles, not to mention the Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis.
That's disputed, but yeah.
Well, they did release the money.
Well,
that part's not disputed.
No,
I don't think Hezbollah is going to dispute
and
that.
he's
Trump
the only
beat their
president.
ass.
He's the only president.
I don't think Trump did. I think Israel
Trump didn't do it.
Yeah,
Israel did.
He's the only president with the balls to bomb Iran. I mean, I'll give him that.
And I think it was made possible by the defeat of Iran's proxies, because that was always the concern. Well, you couldn't fight a 4-front, 5-front war at the same time.
Trump wasn't going to do this until Israel killed all the proxies down, but also Israel eliminated their defenses in Iran. Israel had so much success.
They laid the groundwork.
Trump wanted to be part of it, and that's when he got in. This wasn't the plan from the beginning.
And there's an argument there to be made. That's the way U.S. military ought to be used. It ought to be used as an adjunct to local authority. But he's been making that same argument in Ukraine with all the Europeans. You go do this, and we'll close the deal.
An important point. Trump didn't hold back Netanyahu like Biden did. That's why this happened. If Trump wasn't president, you would not have this.
I think that's fair. Yeah. The one thing that scares one of the things that scares me about Trump is it's just him. He thinks he's running the whole government like it's Trump the Trump organization.
What a shocker.
He doesn't. You think about it. Why does he have people who are just completely unqualified in these positions? Because he doesn't care. He doesn't care what Tulsi Gabbard says. He's just going to ignore it anyway.
He just wants.
He needs to appoint somebody to the job, but they're not going to do the job.
But he says something, and then he expects everybody to jump up and do it, and it scares me because there's no analysis. There's no thought about the future.
He signs the tweets. What is it? How he signs his tweets?
I just made a mistake, and I blame Biden for holding back Netanyahu. I shouldn't do that. Whoever was running the country when Biden.
Oh, there it is.
That's true.
There it is.
That's
that's the part that should be scaring all of us. That he's not talking to diplomats. He's not talking to the State Department. He's not even talking to the people in his inner circle. Maybe a little bit, but he's just making a decision without that kind of forethought and analysis. And what happens next? What's the next the next chess move, or the next 10 chess moves?
Well, what is the next move? Is it because from what I'm seeing, the U.S. will meet with Iran next week.
That's what we're saying. Yeah.
Again, the United States does not talk to Iran. They don't talk to each other. They talk through other people.
We were having the meetings
talks.
in Doha, right?
Yeah.
Steve Witkoff was down there allegedly negotiating something.
Yep, he was there. He was talking, so there was direct communication going on. But the other thing that's off the table here is what's still going on in Gaza. I mean, you have this massive humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
Nobody cares about it anymore.
Nobody cares about that anymore.
They moved on.
But it's the longer-lasting military. So can you bomb your way to success? No, because you figure out at the end of the day, you got to do something. And so hopefully this new point in time will bring about some Arab-Israeli process to provide some peace to that region.
Where is the Arab pressure and the world pressure on Hamas to say, bring this to a close, give up, put down your arms, and it ends. It ends that day when they do that. If everybody calls for that instead of Israel to stop, it's over. Why isn't anybody calling for the aggressor in that war to stop and end it?
All right,
no one calls for that.
That's the last word. All right, Barry, good job.
Checking the headlines on the way, and then up next, the Arizona government faces a unprecedented shutdown. Thankfully, we have a member of
a boss in the room,
Arizona
baby.
Legislature in the room to maybe help us understand how worried should we be about it. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, you look around the valley. What do you see? You see about 20,000 homes vacant. Go buy a home. I talked to the Lund Mortgage team just the other day. This is what they will tell you. The longer you wait to purchase a place, the longer you wait to start building equity. And right now, it looks like a buyer's market in the valley. We haven't said that in many, many years. Let's see, Maricopa County added more housing units than any other county in the nation this past year. So there are people that are looking at selling their home, and they're dropping the price for you. So here's what you do. You call the Lund Mortgage team. They're the first call you always make. They always first call the Lund Mortgage team. It's not to a realtor. It's not to anybody else. You got to get pre-approved for a mortgage, and they will do that for you very quickly. They'll be efficient. They'll even tell you, here's how much house you can afford. And they'll have all the paperwork done. And then you go and you look for a house. Almost 20,000 homes vacant in the valley. This is the time to buy. 623-875-9940, LundMortgage.com.
In the heat of the summer, you gotta have All Pro Shade Concepts. Cool any space down by 20 degrees with our commercial grade manual or motorized drop shades. Or you can block the sun with a motorized awning, and at night, light it up underneath with the built-in LEDs. We can even upgrade your outdated system. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free at-home estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade. Call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade.
Homeowners, when you realize you must have a plumber or an AC tech, what is your number one concern? Hi, I'm Wayne Decker, owner of PlumSmart Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Around 85% of all complaints are, you guessed it, cost. Our number one concern is what we charge. We average 30 to 50% lower costs than our competition. 3,000 5-star reviews and a 4.9 Google rating, plus 5 straight years voted best plumber. Discover PlumSmart and expect excellence at about half the price. It's just plumsmart.com.
I sure wish I'd known about Phoenix Secret for weight loss sooner. I could have saved myself years of frustration losing weight only to gain it back again. I'm Jamie West. This time, I'm keeping it off because I found the secret for restoring my metabolism. That means I can keep the weight off for good. There are no shots or drugs or counting calories. The secret is eating the right combination of healthy foods at the right times of day. And it isn't just the weight loss that makes me happy. I sleep better and have more energy. Plus, I know I'm healthier. I lost 8 pounds the first week, and it didn't take long to take off nearly 50 pounds. Don't wait to get started today, and this time next week, you could be seeing results. You can do the program in person or virtually from anywhere. Schedule your free consultation right now. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:45. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs vetoed both House budgets that were passed by the legislature. Their conservative budget and a skinny budget. The Senate passed a budget negotiated with the governor last week, but the House is refusing to take up that one. The state government will shut down if there's not a final budget by June 30th. All of our top stories only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
Yes, we have a closure this evening. Let's find out more about it with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yes, thank you, Becky Lynn. If you are used to using I-10 at all, you probably do not want to do that right now. The eastbound lanes of I-10 now closed at 83rd Avenue in Phoenix. This according to ADOT, which is letting us know that the closure is due to a crash. Now, this was previously closed at 75th Avenue. Not that that area is much better. Obviously, traffic is going to be exiting the freeway. You're just advised to avoid the area if you can, but expect delays. Seek an alternate route if you can right now. And that is not all. There's also another traffic issue at the intersection of Thomas and Miller in Scottsdale. That is another area you might want to avoid right now. Just both of these. Pull off. Go to a restaurant. Enjoy yourself. Find something else to do because this is going to take quite a while. And that is your traffic for right now. We'll bring you more in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
You know, one of the scariest stats I heard, 1 in 4 retirees are forced to go back to work. That's not going to be you, right? You've planned for this. You have a strategy. Or maybe you don't. Well, this is why you reach out to Trajan Wealth. Jeff Jr. and the amazing team at Trajan Wealth want to make sure you don't become one of those statistics. They want to make sure that you have a plan, a strategy for retirement, a way that you can make sure you don't outlive your retirement. It all starts with a phone call, and there's no obligation. You could just call right now at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300. Sit down with them. Let them ask you some important questions. You ask your questions, all right? I know you're going to feel better after you have a chance to do that. You can also find them online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
So what makes a great car radio show? To start with, a host who knows his stuff. Check. We've got Matt Allen, the KTAR car guy, who's been fixing cars for nearly 30 years. Lots to talk about. Check. High gas prices, maybe getting a second opinion on that upcoming repair, or help in finding the right used car. That means the only thing missing is you. And that's easy to fix. We're on every Saturday morning at 11 here on 92.3 KTAR. Or check us out anytime, day or night, at bumpertobumperradio.com.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
All right, we are inside the War Room, a political symposium, if you will, with the president and CEO of High Ground Consulting. That's Chuck Coughlin, KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson, and Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Kavanaugh.
The man.
We're going to start with you. We are at least getting closer to a potential government shutdown. The state of Arizona shut down. Well, you're laughing, which is great. What do you put the percentage at?
Well, before I begin, let me first say, if you're one of those 1 in 4 seniors who have to go back to work, do not run for the state legislature because there's no money in it.
No money in it. Fair enough. I mean, are we going to get a deal done? Is there a chance that we have this brinksmanship
Yeah. Right now, well, today the House finally first read the Senate bills, which were negotiated with the governor and have bipartisan support. Yeah. So they first read it today. They will come back tomorrow, and they will second read it and go to the committee of the whole. They're bypassing the Appropriations Committee. And because the Constitution requires 3 readings on 3 days, at 1 minute after midnight, it'll be a new third day. They will pass it into law, probably with a few additions that we'll give them. And then the Senate will come back on Friday, and we will concur and pass it.
So why do we? It's just a game then. We're just playing a game at this point.
It's a game for a few people, but most people are doing their jobs.
Give me a name. Who's screwing up this deal?
I'll give you the name. You want to do it? You want to do it, Senator?
No, he's not going to do it.
Round
He
up,
can't say it.
Round up the usual suspects.
It's Jake Hoffman, and I think we should talk about this. Jake Hoffman, who heads the Freedom Caucus in the Senate, which
Is he
basically
the fake elector?
Yes, he's an indicted fake elector and a TPUSA guy, Turning Point USA, and he is down there doing stuff just to create chaos. He really has no effect on the legislature or what's happening down there other than to do this. And he controls enough people in the House that he can threaten the Speaker of the House, Steve Montenegro, with losing his position if he doesn't do what Jake wants. And he's pulling these strings. And from the beginning, this was never going to happen. They passed 2 budgets out of the House that the governor said she was going to veto. She did veto. It's wasting our time and wasting our money.
Montenegro was on with Mike Broomhead today. Let's take a listen. He's talking about are there conversations between the Senate and the House?
There are conversations.
Is that true? There are conversations between the Senate and the House in this? I just want to know if he's lying right out of the gate.
How do you define conversation?
Ouch! Let's listen.
Is. There are conversations. Like the House, we want to make sure that we're not spending more than we can afford here in the state of Arizona. We want to make sure that we're passing a sound budget. And so that's where the conversations are. I believe that in those conversations we will be able to find something, but again, we have to stand up for the people of Arizona.
Okay, Senator, is he full of crap or does he have a point?
He's full of crap.
The root of this whole budget problem, right? First, it started with the governor, who didn't want to negotiate the budget until she had Proposition 123 referred to the ballot, which we were unable to get an agreement on with our base people and education people because we wanted ESA protections in there. And then just a couple of weeks ago, the governor said, all right, forget it, we'll do it next year. So we started the budget super late. For reasons unbeknownst to me, the House budget crew, it's a small group that negotiate, right, with input from our members, did not want to come to a legislative Republican agreement and then confront the governor. They didn't want to do this with us, so forcing us in the Senate to negotiate with the governor on our own. And that's where you had this big split. Then we had these divergent budgets.
Okay,
Chuck's that's 2 months without
the
the House.
most remarkable thing that happened down there today, it was after the Senate passed all the House bills, sent them up to the governor, and she vetoed them promptly.
Right.
But right after they passed them, the Senate president, it was remarkable to me. We were sitting in our office going, did he just do that? Because he just lit up the Freedom Caucus.
Yeah, he took
From
on his
the
own
microphone
Republicans.
Today,
Wow. Yeah.
he just said, this is adults, this is childish. I mean, he went off. I texted him, I said, I'm glad to see there's an adult in the room.
Yeah.
He gave me
he
the
made
heart
the point
emoji
that
back.
we know
But
that they're
John's
not going
right.
to pass
Yeah.
a bill that doesn't have bipartisan support.
Who
So
did that?
why do you keep doing this?
He made that
Warren
Warren
Peterson did that.
Yeah, Warren
Yeah.
lit them up.
Yeah.
And
All right.
and he's a very,
He doesn't do
very deeply conservative guy from from
Yeah.
the same area of the valley
and
that
they're,
Jake's
and they're
from.
saying he passed an Obama-Biden. I mean, it's just the biggest joke in the world that Warren Peterson is suddenly like a Democrat
Oh, yeah,
now. I
yeah.
mean, it's just hilarious. And by the way, Senator Kavanaugh has the Appropriations Committee and wrote the budget, really.
Yeah.
So
Thank you for that.
Very
Jamber's a
conservative.
communist, too.
Yeah.
What's kind of interesting is that the Senate will now vote out the budget that some of them claim was like a liberal budget. They're going to vote the same budget out after they add some more money to it.
Yeah. The House is going to add more spending
What a
to the
surprise.
budget the Senate did in order to pass it.
Politics as usual.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. Lather, rinse, repeat. Guys, thank you so much for being inside the War Room. Again, our esteemed guests, Chuck Coughlin, Barry Markson, and State Senator Kavanaugh. Thank you all for being here. We've got a quick check of the headlines, including, you're going to want to hear some of that traffic. You might be sitting in it right now. But coming up next, is it fair game for a man heckled at the Diamondbacks game about his deceased mom. Where does heckling go too far? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, it is time to get your pre-storm inspection on your roof. You better do it quick because the monsoon is going to be here before you know it. You got to call my friends at America Roofing. They've been doing this for over 25 years. A fantastic local company that I have used. They were on my roof just about a month ago. I got that inspection. It's a free evaluation of your roof. All you do is mention Gatos. It's a free evaluation of your roof, and they get up there and they make sure you're ready for the monsoon. And they saw something on my roof that they were a bit concerned about. There was a spot where some water was not necessarily draining properly. And they said, we need to fix this. And I said, go ahead. And so they fixed it. And it was super affordable. I don't have to worry anymore about, is my roof healthy? Is it not healthy? Is the monsoon going to cause a leak? Call America Roofing. Get the pre-storm inspection. AmericaRoofingCo.com. Let me give you their number. 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The first symptom in 30% of all heart attacks is sudden death. But what if you don't have to die from the silent killer? Lifeguard imaging can detect heart disease and hundreds of forms of cancer before it's too late. You can do something about it. When it comes to heart disease and cancer, what you don't know could be deadly. I got scanned and I have peace of mind because of it. Book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, and as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. Visit lifeguardimaging.com or call 602-483-4837 today. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
Here's a definition of a win-win situation. Getting your windshield repaired or replaced and getting a guarantee of up to $375 cash back in your pocket. Time for you to check out New Vision Auto Glass. See clearly, drive safely. See what I did there? Give them a call at 480-210-9090 or go to newvisionautoglass.com to see what kind of incentives and cash back you qualify for. Look, the valley heat, potholes, flying rocks, it's only a matter of time until your windshield gets cracked or chipped. So why not get the experts to come to you? Repair or replace your windshield, give you instant cash back of up to $375 and give you dinner from Radisho Grill. Wait, hold up. 30 seconds, $375, new windshield, dinner. You know what? I was wrong. It's not a win-win situation. It's a win-win-win-win. And it all starts with calling 480-210-9090 or going to newvisionautoglass.com, taking 30 seconds to fill out a form to get cash in your pocket, repair, replace your windshield, dinner at Rodizio Grill, and peace of mind. To me, the choice is clear. New Vision Auto Glass, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The state budget saga continues. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs has vetoed both House budgets that were passed by the legislature. Senate President Warren Peterson ripped House Speaker Steve Montenegro.
It doesn't take competence or courage to pass a budget that only has R's on it.
Speaker Montenegro tells the Mike Broomhead Show the House passed a continuation budget because they can't agree.
The number one thing that we want Arizonans to know is we don't want to shut down.
The Senate passed a bipartisan budget last week, but the House has yet to take it up. A new wrongful death lawsuit has been filed against the parents of one of the accused killers of Valley teen Preston Lord.
That suit is against Anthony and Wendy Meisner, parents of now adult Jacob Meisner. It comes from the family of Preston Lord, who Meisner is accused of participating in the group killing of in October 2023 when he was a minor. KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson explains.
And they're alleging that because he was a minor at the time this happened, that the parents bear some legal responsibility to control their child, and their failure to do so resulted in Preston's death.
And he adds if it's found Meisner's parents were aware or should have been aware their child was engaging in violent acts leading up to the death of Preston Lord, they may be civilly liable for wrongful death. Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
And 2 more people have been charged in the murder of Mercedes Vega. The 22-year-old was found in a burning car off I-10 near Tonopah 2 years ago. Her mother, Erica Pillsbury, spoke with the Chris and Joe Show.
We have been waiting for this for so long, and it is such a relief. We just held each other and cried.
Jared Gray, Cujo Young, and Sincere Hayes all are facing charges in Vega's murder. The Maricopa County Attorney's Office filed notice last month it would seek a death sentence for Hayes. A key CDC panel handpicked by Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr. met today for the first time since Kennedy replaced all of its members. The panel was set to discuss vaccine recommendations and potentially raise questions about the safety of established vaccines, including the annual flu shot. Here's epidemiologist and ABC News medical contributor Dr. John Brownstein.
Several of them have actually questioned the safety of routine childhood vaccination. So this is a real concern when the ideology of this particular group is so unbalanced. The medical community is raising the alarm because, of course, this group may not have the credibility to set vaccine policy.
One person dead and a Phoenix firefighter is in the hospital with burn injuries after a house fire today. Phoenix Fire Department responded to reports of a burning home near Thunderbird and North 40th Street, where they found a man unconscious and were unable to revive him. Crews were able to control the fire and prevent it from spreading to an adjacent home. Taking a look at Wall Street today, the Dow dropped 106 points and closed out the day at 42,982. S&P was flat, and the NASDAQ rose by 61 points. For more money news, you can visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
As you're trying to get home, there's some trouble ahead for some of you. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. You're going to want to find a different route home tonight if you are going from the West Valley to the East Valley. That is because the eastbound lanes of I-10 are closed at 83rd Avenue. And ADOT says that previously it was 75th Avenue that was closed. This is now happening at 83rd Avenue. As you probably heard us report that earlier. Now, it's going to be delayed. We don't know what time it's going to reopen, so find your way around or stop for maybe a burger or something better use of your time right there. There's also a problem in Scottsdale, Thomas and Miller Road. You want to avoid that area. And also that's extending on Thomas Road over to the intersection of Hayden as well. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement, Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Overnight low right around 77. Tomorrow, 106 for a high, 108 on Friday. It is 101 right now in Tempe. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final hour of the show.
Whew! A lot of people call the final hour the best hour, Gatos.
I'm sweating from that war room. Talking about war in a war room.
Yeah.
My goodness gracious. Mother of all creatures, big and small. It was lively.
Yeah. You can always go back and watch it on the KTAR YouTube channel, where there are cameras aplenty at all times catching all the action.
I look good.
Goes without saying, Gatos.
Thank you.
I knew you wanted to hear that.
Thank you.
We had an incident happen at the Diamondbacks White Sox game in Chicago. Okay, to be clear, in Chicago. And it really brings into question the level of heckling. Where's the line? What can you or can't you yell at a player at a sporting event?
Yeah, I think if you're watching television or you're listening to the radio broadcast and you hear this.
Welcome back to Chicago. This is from the previous pitching change. Torey Lovullo with Ketel Marte in tears on the pitcher's mound, waiting for the reliever to come in, consoling Ketel Marte, who was in tears during that break.
Did he get hurt?
That wouldn't be a surprise with the way Diamondbacks' luck's been going.
Right. Or was he upset about the number of players that got hurt?
No.
No, it's something that a fan said. Ketel Marte heard it, and it's crushing.
A 22-year-old Chicago White Sox fan admitted that he was heckling Marte specifically about the death of his mother in a car accident.
Oof.
I'm disappointed in the other White Sox fans.
Mm-hmm. How so?
I think if you are a fan of a team and you see/hear somebody crossing an obvious line, it's up to you to go, okay, that's enough. But talk about he needs to lose some weight. You know what I'm saying? Talk about, you throw like a girl. Whatever. There's got to be a line. There's got to be a line.
But we don't know that it may have happened. There may have been fans around that heard that and said something. We don't know that it didn't happen. I try and put myself in that spot. If I'm a fan and somebody is saying that, because like when you go to games, you go to a lot of games. Yeah. I go to a lot of games. First of all, I don't.
People get fired up.
I get it. I don't like the cursing if there are children around.
Especially, yeah.
I don't like that at all. I always say something. Maybe it's
hey, we got kids over here.
Maybe it's because my dad would say something.
Sure he would.
When we would go to a Yankees game back east, and, New Yorkers have filthy mouths.
They do.
And so there was filth around us, but my dad would always turn around and say something.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, my son is here.
Yeah.
And then I think if you're a halfway decent human being, you go, yeah, it's really probably shouldn't be saying that.
Yeah. I'll change some of the words I'm screaming.
So he's just crying on the field. After the game, Todd Walsh asked the D-back skipper, Torey Lovullo, about it.
Torey, just feels like in the last 48 hours you guys have as a group.
Torey Lovullo, my bad.
Torey, just feels like in the last 48 hours you guys as a group have pushed back to so much adversity.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, you walked away with 2 wins. But
yeah,
how proud are you of this group?
Very. I've been saying that now for the past 10 days, right?
Yeah, but what happened with the Martel situation?
We have to go to Ketel Marte, and there was obviously a very emotional scene out there, and we know how close you are with him. What can you share with us?
Yeah, it's just it was a terrible moment. Fans are nasty, and fans go too far sometimes, and I love my players, and I'm going to protect them.
Your protection starts way before today, though. You guys go so far. It's up. We were talking on the air. I know you're a father figure to him, are you not?
Right, yeah. I've known Ketel for 9 years, and he's had some unbelievable unbelievably great moments and some hardships as well, and some really, really tough moments in his life. And I know those.
You know, your mother gets killed in a car crash.
Yeah.
It's the worst thing that's ever happened in your life.
Yeah.
You never would think that anyone would use it against you.
Show up at your work.
And use it against you.
Yeah.
Get in your head. Try and make a strike out. It's just low as low gets, man.
So do you think this problem's getting worse? And here's why I say this. You know I'm a fan of soccer. Go Arsenal. They have a problem in Europe.
They have a racial problem.
With racism.
Oh, my gosh.
Where people in some countries, and it appears to be kind of cultural.
Oh, they'll just chant the N-word.
Literally, they'll make monkey noises at black players. To the point that the way they punish teams is they make them play the game with no fans.
So they don't make money.
Yeah, they call it playing behind closed doors. So yeah, you got your fans were racially abusive.
Right.
You're going to play your next game, but you can't sell any tickets for it.
It's interesting you say that because in the White Sox Diamondbacks game, it was one fan,
just one guy.
In soccer,
it could be a whole group.
Unbelievable! It's like a whole stadium.
But we've seen that in some sports. And again, I guess it all comes down to where's the line. And how far can you go up to it? I got threatened with ejection by an NBA referee.
What's that?
I was threatened with ejection by an NBA referee.
What are you talking about?
I was at a Suns game, minding my own business, and I may have been heckling a member of the Portland Trailblazers.
There's nothing wrong with heckling. You just don't talk about someone's mother who died.
Well, I will tell you what I said. So he had dreadlocks. I would call them baby dreads.
Okay.
And he was at the free throw line, and I said, do you want me to do it like I did it? I have trouble picking you out of a room full of porcupines. And the referee looked at me and goes, another one of those and you're out of here. And I was like, porcupines? That's the line here.
Can I say something?
Please.
That's a horrible line by you.
He looked like he
Gosh,
like
that's
a porcupine.
terrible.
I have trouble picking out a room full of porcupines.
That was not good.
No.
Yeah, but so do you think he was threatening to throw me out because it wasn't a good?
Maybe.
Yes. I should heckle better.
Done better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I never thought of it like that.
Such a bad heckle.
Such a bad heckle. He goes, seriously, if you can't come with something better, we're going to 86 you. We're going to run you.
That's it.
Okay. All right. So you're making.
But I was trying to be funny.
Right. But maybe you said you're making fun of somebody's
hair.
Yeah.
His hairstyle.
With KTAR-FM, how far do you go to just ignore? Because
isn't that what they say? Like
most baseball players or football players or basketball players, I know it comes to a point. I know this fan was way over the line, but I'm sure that there are so many of these athletes that hear so much awful stuff.
I can't imagine what they hear.
Right? Here's what it probably is. Everything that's said online, that we see that's so awful, and you think no one would say that to people in public. No, that's what happens. They say all that stuff in public.
Well, they get a few beers in them.
Because they're in the stands. They know they're not going to have an interaction with the player.
Surrounded by other people.
Unless they go into the stands, and we've seen that before.
That's happened.
But yeah, this guy was totally over the line. He got banned from baseball.
All ballparks.
Pete Rose. He got banned like Pete Rose.
Major League Baseball says he's banned from all baseball parks. This 22-year-old that was heckling like that. But and let me say this. It's horrible. Full stop, period.
Yeah.
Is it the worst thing someone's yelled at a baseball game?
Probably not.
Probably not, right?
Right.
It's completely horrible. But I think I've heard worse.
I'll tell you this. Like something like this does bring a team closer together.
It certainly can.
Okay. You went after my friend. You went after my teammate.
Our guy.
We're going to rally around him. It'll be interesting to see what happens when the Diamondbacks come back home. And they will be back home. We've already seen people donate. I think the donations in all these different states have donated over $11,000 in memory of his mom.
Yeah.
And I guess a charity or whatever it is.
Which is pretty cool.
I think that's a good way to make him feel better. Because it does make you feel better. People out there have decided they care about this. And I got to tell you, it's very tough to have that, especially in this day and age with the athletes, and to have that almost a personal relationship with an athlete. You know, like when I was watching baseball.
You mean like you feel you really know them?
Yeah. I mean, when I was watching baseball as a kid.
These are Yankees players.
We went to the games and we went early and we were trying to get autographs. You know, what it used to be like, they would ignore most. That's what I got.
Don Mattingly wouldn't come over?
I don't know if it was Mattingly, but
I don't remember.
I think that, you know.
Do you think social media has made it like we feel like we know them more? They feel like they have to please fans?
Well, it's like KD. He was mouthing off at a whole bunch of people when he was here in Phoenix. I mean, that guy couldn't keep his mouth shut on Twitter. And I'm thinking, like, just why don't you go out and try and win a game and don't be lazy?
Ouch.
I feel bad for Ketel-Marte. I don't think that, you know, he's a young guy. So, I don't think that you never bring up somebody's mother's death to try and get under their skin.
D-backs are back in town Friday. And I think that he will receive an amazing ovation when he comes back. And I think that the community will wrap them in their loving arms. I think he will know that people still that support him and are there for him even when some people are just horrible. Ugh. Coming up next, check the headlines are on the way. And we're getting closer. It's the push to 500,000 meals. Team 6 o'clock, we're looking at you. We're talking about it. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Okay, guys, get real testosterone prescribed by the doctors at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We've got more men in this day and age suffering from low T. You know, lifestyle choices, poor diet. You got some stress going on. You feel tired and sluggish, maybe a little bit of trouble in the bedroom. You got low T. A lot of guys have it. So there's a solution. Prescription strength testosterone from my friends at Red Mountain Weight Loss. So what will increasing your testosterone do for you? More energy, building muscle mass. You're going to sleep better, boost your sex drive. You're going to improve your mental focus. This is all stuff you need. So go and see my friends, the doctors at Red Mountain. Book your free video consultation. And again, if you have low T, guess what? You can start for free when you mention Gatos this month at redmountainweightloss.com.
KTAR News Flash.
6:17, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. A total of 3 people are now facing charges in the murder of a Tempe woman in 2023.
We just held each other and cried when we found out that they finally had made the connections and that I know there's a really long road ahead.
Erica Pillsbury tells the Kristen Joe Show it's just the beginning of her family's road to justice. Mercedes Vega was found in a burning car off I-10 near Tonopah in 2023. Jared Gray, Cujo Young, and Sincere Hayes are all facing charges. The Maricopa County Attorney's Office has filed notice now that it will seek a death sentence for Hayes. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
Got a closure this evening to slow down your trip home. Here is Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
That's right. Thank you, Becky Lynn. We have I-10 eastbound closed at 83rd Avenue. That's I-10 eastbound closed at 83rd Avenue. This is due to an earlier fatal rollover crash. So this is causing, obviously, a lot of problems for your evening commute. This is backing up the 101 southbound all the way up to Indian School. So a good option there would be to exit at Camelback if you want to avoid this entire thing. And of course, I-10 eastbound is backed up all the way to Avondale Boulevard right now. So your option to exit there anywhere before would be good, but Litchfield Road would be a good place to exit and try to find an alternate route home this evening. Traffic is brought to you by Arizona Business One Stop. Launch your business and grow your dream with Arizona Business One Stop, a digital portal that helps you set up your business in minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, appreciate it. Boy, what a tough traffic day, by the way. Hey, you can celebrate the 4th of July with the Diamondbacks. Text the word baseball to 620-620. That's right, just text the word baseball to 620-620. We're giving away tickets for the Diamondbacks to take on the Royals 4th of July. It's baseball. It's 4th of July. There might be some apple pie involved. Again, just text the word baseball to 620-620. 620 right now. All right. Speaking of this, Gatos, speaking of texting, we are on a mission. We call it the push to 500,000 meals. That's right. 500,000 meals going to people who are food insecure, people who are unable to feed themselves or their family, and even more specifically, kids who are missing out on the school meals. Many of them get a breakfast and a lunch. We've learned that many of them, that's the only meal they would normally get all day long. And over the summer months, they're really struggling and missing out.
Yeah, I got a reminder about that this morning. I had some appointments early in the morning, and I was done by in the 8 o'clock hour. And, I didn't eat anything, and into my cup of coffee. I said, all right, I'll decide. I'll go to McDonald's. I like their coffee. All right.
I
love their coffee.
They ought to, seriously.
Again, it's $2.
They thank you for the coffee.
It's $2.
And it's good, right?
And I said, I'll pick up a sausage McMuffin. And then I'll head home. And so I pull into the McDonald's parking lot, and I see a man who's homeless. And he's looking for some shade. And he's walking across the parking lot, and you can see that he's holding, a sign that he's written some things on. And I noticed it did say homeless. I think it was homeless, please help. And he took a seat under a tree in the shade. And as I was pulling in, I rolled my window down, and I said, hey, can I get you something to eat? And he looked at me, and because he looked at me, and he behind that little sign that he had, he pulled out something with a yellow wrapper, and it was a sausage McMuffin.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And he showed it to me, and he had a big smile on his face, and someone had seen him, or he did have money
at least enough to get that
and purchase one. My guess is that someone bought it for him, which is a wonderful thing to do. And he had a smile on his face when he was holding that up. And I said, what can I do for you? Do you want another one? Can I get you something else to eat? And he said, I'm okay. And so, he sat down and he started eating. And, okay, so I pulled in to the drive-thru, ordered my stuff. And, man, it's hard to believe there are people out there that don't eat 3 meals a day. And so it's 6:22 right now. Maybe that's the only thing that guy had to eat today. There's a decent chance that that's the case. And it's a sobering reminder that there are kids right now in the Valley. They might not be homeless, but maybe they're living out of mom's car. We've seen that at St. Mary's Food Bank.
Well, you say they might not be homeless, but we know they're hungry. We know they're hungry.
Right. So, when you go to St. Mary's, you get this big box of food, right? I guess you are homeless if you're living in mom's, back seat in the car, because we have seen that. But it was just like watching that man and watching just like the smile on his face because he had something to eat. And I'm thinking, how many kids feel like that?
Such a simple gesture.
Finally get something to eat. They're hungry. They get something to eat. And it was just a reminder that, I could go and buy the whole station food tonight and not. I could do it for a week or two. And that guy had maybe one thing to eat today. And you've got all these kids out there that aren't eating breakfast because they don't have it. The cupboards are bare. Sometimes at the end of the month, there is no food.
Yeah.
And that's why we're outspoken against hunger. And that is why we partner with St. Mary's Food Bank. And we ask you to text the word food to 620-620. Because like that guy today, no one should go without a meal. No senior should go without a meal because they're on a super tight budget. No kid should have his or her first meal at 7 o'clock at night.
Well, I think, one of the things we've learned also, and again, if you don't see it, if you're not confronted with it, it's easy to think it's not happening. Not all these kids have the most stable family life.
No.
Not all of them have both parents in their life or even one active parent. And a lot of times, St. Mary's Food Bank is the meal. It is their opportunity to eat because they don't have an adult looking out for them. We're trying to look out for them right now. Text the word food to 620-620. That's food to 620-620. And you can leave a message. You can leave a message if you're a business and you want to donate with your business name or the reason you're donating.
I'll give you a couple.
Please.
Ann gave $1,000.
Ann
writes, because my kids have never been hungry.
Wow.
She's in the spot to help. How about this one from Andrew? Andrew donated $50. You ready? This is for Amelia, who is a fighter in the NICU.
Oh.
And God willing, coming home soon.
All right.
So Andrew stopped his day. I'm guessing Amelia is his daughter.
Yeah.
He stopped his day.
She's in the NICU fighting.
To give $50 in her name. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Let's feed kids.
Please.
Text the word food to 620-620. The only way we're going to get to 500,000 meals by Friday is if you text the word food to 620-620.
Thank you, guys. Thank you in advance, by the way. Good job, Team 6 o'clock. We know you'll come through. We've got a check of the headlines, plus the latest on the traffic nightmare out there on the 10. It's coming up in just a second. And then, is it time to start holding parents financially responsible for the evil their kids do? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, let's talk about getting your home painted this summer. All right, so some of you are like, I need the outside of my home painted badly, but I'm not going to hire the Arizona Painting Company in the summer. It's too hot for those guys to paint. It's not. I had my home painted in the summer last year. And what the guys do, the expert painters, is they show up a little bit early. They work around the sun. They take off a little bit early, and then they start the next day. This is their job, their livelihood. They love doing it. It's their passion. When they show up, they treat your home like it is their own. And so my house looks brand new, thanks to the Arizona Painting Company. Now, the inside of my home is a different story. We're getting it painted this summer by the Arizona Painting Company. If you think that maybe the interior of your house needs a facelift, fantastic. These guys are experienced at even working with kids at home. Not a problem. Text the word paint to 620-620. We'll send you some info about my friends at the Arizona Painting Company.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 five-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Hi, I'm Jamie West, and this year Beatitudes Campus celebrates 60 years of bright living in Phoenix. Since 1965, they've been redefining senior living with purpose, connection, and care. From independent living to healthcare and wellness, growing with the community and always putting people first. Join Beatitudes in honoring 6 decades of innovation, compassion, and vibrant living. Visit beatitudescampus.org to learn more and be part of the celebration. Beatitudes Campus, living brightly, aging boldly.
Attention high schoolers, let's collab this summer with free summer school at Primavera Online. We're offering summer sessions in June and July where students can catch up, get ahead, and have a great summer. Our summer courses are accredited, flexible, can be taken anywhere, and are only 4 weeks long. Plus, there's 24/7 support from Lexi, our friendly and helpful AI chatbot. Primavera is now enrolling free summer school for grades 9 to 12. Enroll today at freesummerschool.com.
KTAR News now.
Good evening at 6:31. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. The Houston Rockets have made what is expected to be the first of as many as 4 Phoenix Suns selections in tonight's NBA draft.
With the 10th pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Houston Rockets select Kaman Malawach from Rumbek, South Sudan, the NBA Academy Africa and Senegal, and Duke University.
And that pick is expected to be part of the return for Kevin Durant. Again, with their first pick in the first round of tonight's NBA draft, the Houston Rockets have selected Kaman Malawach from Duke for the Phoenix Suns. For full NBA draft coverage, you can tune to Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, and you can get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Download the KTAR News app, and for more, you can go to KTAR.com. We could be headed for a state government shutdown without a final budget by June 30th.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs has vetoed both House budgets passed by the legislature, their original conservative budget and a continuation budget. Senate President Warren Peterson is frustrated the House is not working in a bipartisan fashion.
It takes leadership, competence, and courage to pass a bipartisan budget in divided government.
The Senate passed a budget last week that was negotiated with the governor, but the House refused to vote on it. Speaker Steve Montenegro tells the Mike Broomhead Show the House does not want a government shutdown. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Demolitions expert. What? Since when? Explosions, flames, burning things. Demolitions expert.
Fireworks, a 4th of July staple. And while you may think you're an expert, when it comes to handling the big stuff, it's best to leave it to the pros.
Just because it's sold in a store doesn't always mean it's legal. While anything that stays on the ground is typically okay, anything that goes into the air or explodes is a no-go. Using illegal fireworks can carry a $1,000 fine, but using them wrong can be even more costly. Lieutenant Brian Rimza with the Phoenix Police Department.
Every year we see people injured, we see people who lose their homes and are displaced. 4th of July is the #1 day where pets go missing because of loud explosions. We have vulnerable populations in our community, and so it's important that we all take into account everyone that's impacted.
If you do use fireworks this year, keep kids and pets away, make sure you have plenty of water nearby, and soak used fireworks in water for a full day before putting them in your trash. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
In sports, the NBA draft continues. You just heard the news. The Suns will get Kaman Malawach from Duke. And again, the Suns will have as many as 3 more selections tonight. You can listen to complete coverage on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Meanwhile, the Arizona Diamondbacks wrapped up a 3-game series against the White Sox in Chicago. D-backs lost today's matchup 7-3. They'll take tomorrow off before they open a weekend series at Chase Field with the Miami Marlins. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
Got a freeway closure you need to know about. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Becky Lynn. The eastbound lanes of I-10 are closed, and that's at 83rd Avenue in Phoenix. So if you're trying to get from the West Valley to the East Valley, you've got some options. Now, traffic is backing up on the 101 southbound all the way up to Indian School Road, and of course the I-10 is backing up eastbound way past Avondale Boulevard right now. So, and because of this, traffic is also slow on McDowell Road. That is one of your detour options right now. So if you're on the 101 southbound, you might want to get off on Camelback and find an alternate route there. And if you're on the I-10 eastbound, you may want to get off maybe even as soon as Litchfield Road right now to try and find an alternate route. Again, this was a fatal rollover crash. There's no time scheduled for reopening as of right now. This is going to be closed for a while. So do what you got to do to get around this very lengthy delay. Traffic is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE, Refractive Lens Exchange. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision RLE's free live webinar tomorrow at noon. K2VisionRLE.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Overnight low right around 77, 106 the high on Thursday. It's 100 right now in Buckeye. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
LaDonna Harvey here, Arizona's Morning News. So does APS really need another 14% out of you for the power bill? We'll talk to the leader of a group who is very much opposed tomorrow morning on Arizona's Morning News.
All right, Gatos. Did you want to read that? Want to give a little quick shout out?
No, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I wasn't sure where you were going with that.
It's good. I'm gonna hold it for a second.
10-4. We got to go back out to Gilbert and discuss the issue of teen violence, which has continued.
Single most dangerous place in America.
That too. We now know that Preston Lord's parents, the 16-year-old boy who was beaten to death by this gang out there, the Gilbert Goons,
right,
are filing a wrongful death lawsuit, a civil case against the parents of one of the boys, Jacob Meisner.
Outstanding.
Yeah. They're alleging that basically his parents failed to control their son, that they knew he was violent, that they knew he was out there doing these things and did nothing about it. Yeah. And at the time, I believe he was 16 as well. So he was a minor as well.
Listen, if I'm the Lord family, I've got a list of people I'm going to sue. I'm going to sue parents. I'm going to sue parents because I guarantee you, I would bet all these parents knew what was happening.
Do you think does it change behavior? Will parents take more of a notice of what their kids are doing?
I think most of our kids aren't murderers. I think that, if you see your kid coming home with, blood on them or their knuckles are bruised and you don't ask a question, if you know that your son has violent tendencies, and I'm guessing that many of these parents knew what was going on.
Because Meisner had other issues. The Preston Lord incident wasn't his first or last.
Right.
He had other issues with violence before.
Listen, my mother knew everything that I was doing. And that was before cell phones. Why? Because she was a good mother. My wife knows everything that was happening with the kids because she was a good mother. You can always tell. And as I said before, if I'm the parents of Preston Lord, I've got a long list of people I'm going to sue. I'm also going to sue the Gilbert Police Department. I wonder if they're going to do that. I would sue the Chief Solberg, who is horrific at his job. Just knew all this stuff was going. If people knew that these incidents were happening and looked the other way, you're going to go to jail. I'm hoping you go to jail. I'm hoping that the Lord family takes you to court and at least, they get their day. Because this Meisner family, the parents are being sued for negligence in the death of Preston Lord. Yeah, let's find out what they knew.
Yeah.
Let's find out exactly what they knew.
What would be any different? What would be any different from holding parents responsible, liable, if you held a kegger for 15-year-olds at your house and kids were getting drunk or maybe driving drunk? And we've held parents liable for that.
Right.
We've held parents liable for leaving firearms around the house,
right,
or giving guns to a kid who then goes out and commits a crime with a kid who shouldn't have had a gun. So why would this be any different? Especially if you know your son or daughter, it can happen, is being violent out there, that this is going to come back to bite you if you aren't doing everything you can. Now, I know there's going to be parents out there that say, well, what if you can't control the kid?
You can.
Some kids are out of control.
Well, you got to make a decision as a parent, how far you're going to go to make sure, your kid doesn't go to jail for a long time. You do nothing, well, these kids are going to go to jail for a long time. This Meisner kid was 16 when Lord was attacked. He's an active member of the Gilbert Goons. Guess what? You're going to jail. And mom and dad might be there with you for a period of time. I'm good with that. I'm really good with that. If you ignore what your children are doing, I mean, we've talked about the Preston Lord death over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
How many parents tried to move their kids out of state?
Literally.
Yeah.
To get them away from this.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not an exaggeration.
Yeah. What you're doing is you're harboring a murderer. So it's your kid. Okay. Well, maybe some of you out there say, well, I would have done that too if that was my kid. Okay. But, you might go to jail for it, and maybe you're okay with that. It is your kid. I understand. But I think the Preston Lord family is doing. I
think they're looking for some justice,
making a statement.
Mm-hmm.
Making a statement. It wasn't only the kids that knew. It wasn't only the parents that knew. Maybe it was the police that knew, because the police would be on my list. I would go after the chief, 100%. I don't know how far you'd get, but he knew what was going on and covered it up.
This story stunk from the very beginning.
Stunk from the beginning.
From the beginning, like, why are they looking the other way?
Isn't it crazy?
Why aren't they taking this more seriously?
And then we found out that the Gilbert police were looking the other way on a bunch of other hoodlums.
Hardly the only ones.
We talked about that yesterday.
Yeah.
There had another gang out there.
New gang, yeah.
Burning down bougie barns where, kids are watching TV, and they burned it to the ground.
That's just one thing they did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, videotaping themselves and taking pictures of them doing crimes.
Correct. Coming up next, why you should not attempt to rewire the plane mid-flight.
Oh, there's
a story you must hear. Outspoken. Stick around.
Hey, I want to talk to you real quick about what's going on over at Peoria Ford. If you live in the neighborhood, you probably have seen the tents up. That's right. They're doing a tent sale. It's an unauthorized tent sale because, let's be honest, Pat Hickey does things his way, right? This tent sale is amazing. Let me give you an example of some deals. You've heard that Ford has employee pricing. Of course, that's everywhere. Well, Peoria Ford is beating employee pricing. They'll give you over $8,000 in additional benefits on top of employee pricing. Things like 2 years free maintenance. Yeah, 2 years free maintenance. That's right. Right off the bat. How's that? Over 1,000 cars to choose from. You can even delay payments up to a full year. And are you in the market for a truck? Listen to this. F-250. F-350s. $15,000 off MSRP. That's going on right now at Peoria Ford. If you're looking for a work truck, a real truck, a truck to tow something with, Peoria Ford is the place. Not only are you going to get the smoking deal, you're going to get amazing things on top of it. The Peoria Ford Advantage. All right, over $8,000 in bennies. It's going on right now. All the details are online at PeoriaFord.com, or you could just stop by just west of the 101 on Bell Road. You'll find Peoria Ford. Remember, you buy your Ford anywhere other than Peoria Ford, and you pay too much.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:45, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. While we're enjoying milder than normal June temperatures here in the valley, dangerous, life-threatening heat is extending into a third day in spots all across the country. More than 130 million Americans are on alert tonight, and here's ABC News meteorologist Lee Goldberg.
We have some heat alerts still from the Gulf Coast into the Northeast. Remember, we set all-time June records across the Northeast, and the feel-like readings this evening still in the 90s and 100s, and it's another dangerous night because the heat just doesn't drop. There's no relief. We still feel like 80s and 90s tomorrow morning.
Sounds kind of familiar, but cooler temperatures for them are on the way. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
Still a closure, and it's probably going to be a while longer, too. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. That's right. This is due to a fatal rollover crash that happened earlier at 75th Avenue and I-10. So this is affecting eastbound I-10. Eastbound lanes of I-10 closed now at 83rd Avenue. This is obviously causing quite a backup on eastbound I-10 that extends all the way back to Avondale Boulevard. You might want to get off at Litchfield Road or anywhere sooner than that. It's going to be a long road home no matter which way you go. Also slow on southbound 101 extending up to Indian School Road, so you can get off. Last chance to get off will be Camelback Road. No scheduled time for reopening. Again, this was a fatal rollover crash. I-10 eastbound closed at 83rd Avenue. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement, Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
This is Jim Sharp for New Life Dental Implant Center, where they offer better than all-on-4 implants because New Life uses more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support at about half the price. And New Life Dental Implant Center digitally designs your smile so you heal faster. And they craft your teeth from solid zirconia for lasting strength and comfort at about half the price with easy financing options. Call New Life Dental Implant Center at 602-855-0000 or visit newsmilearizona.com.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, and save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
Your neighborhood Fry's Pharmacy is happy to welcome back Express Scripts Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. It's easy to transfer prescriptions at frysfood.com/payorupdate. See your Fry's Pharmacy for details.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
Hey, let's check it out at KTAR.com, see what the big Q is. There it is. So we talked about this a little bit earlier today. That's why I made it the Q. D-back star Ketel Marte broke down in tears on the field after a fan in Chicago yelled derogatory comments about his deceased mother.
Ugh.
Goodness gracious.
Even when you say it, I'm like, ugh.
What should happen to the fan? Well, we know what happened, but I gave you 3 options.
Okay. Banned
for life from Major League Baseball. Suspended for a year from attending any games. Nothing. Fans can say whatever they want. You want to guess?
I'm voting ban for life, and I'm going 61%.
That's the number 2 answer.
Really?
Wow. 46%. Nothing. Fans can say whatever they want. Okay.
Then I'm fine with players punching fans who say anything they want.
Well, I mean, so let me get this straight.
Actions have consequences.
46% of you say there shouldn't be a punishment for him. Now, I agree. Fans can say whatever they want, but there are going to be, circumstances, certain instances, I should say, where when you say something, there are repercussions. Yeah. So you can say whatever you want.
Get your butt kicked. Yeah. It happens.
Wow. It's crazy. It's crazy.
You ever want to see what happens when smack talking goes wrong? Google Vernon Maxwell.
Yeah.
You want to talk smack to a professional athlete? They might just show up and punch you in the mouth.
Remember there was what was it? The brawl at the Palace in Detroit all those years ago.
Crazy.
Oh my goodness. I don't remember how it started, but it was.
I don't either.
It was a brouhaha.
Yeah, it was Detroit. I mean, what do you expect?
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. Do you want to tell the Vernon Maxwell story? I mean, we only got. Do
you want to hear it?
I think it's a great story.
Oh, I only bring it up because I remember when it happened.
Yeah. So these instances have happened.
Of fans,
of course,
going too far.
Right.
How's that?
So Vernon Maxwell played in the NBA.
Yes, he played for the Houston Rockets. His nickname was Mad Max. That ought to tip you off right away.
Okay.
Careful of upsetting Mad Max.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And he suffered a family tragedy. His wife miscarried with their first child. Okay? And shortly after, he was back with the team. He kind of talked about the fact that basketball was a way to get away from this family tragedy he was dealing with. And they're playing, and some fans, I hate to use that term, were heckling him. This is 1995. And they were saying a bunch of different things, and he's heard it all. And he said, it was fine. You can yell and how bad I shoot and this, that, and the other. But then they started talking about his deceased baby.
Oh, gosh.
And his wife miscarried. And he went to the referees first and said, you've got to put a stop to that. And the referees told him, ignore it, sit down, play basketball. So they did it again, and Vernon Maxwell got up. He didn't run. He walked up the aisle. He went about 8 rows up.
Oh, boy, never good.
The guy who was lipping off stepped right out in the middle, and VMAC punched him right in the nose.
It's interesting you tell that story because you've told it before. I always thought it was one of those instances where you see red, and it wasn't. Isn't it right? Because there's some times where someone will say something to you.
Yeah.
The next thing you know, your hands are around their neck. Because there have been people see red at times, and I'm surprised that wasn't a I saw red moment.
Again,
he tried to do the right thing.
He was he's a bit of a hothead.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you, I met him years later in a totally different setting. And I just remember telling him, to be clear, I was on your side. 100% on your side.
Yeah.
He said, I got banned. He goes, I got a 10-game suspension and $20,000 fine.
You say it was worth it?
And I said, what'd you think? He goes, I would do it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
I said, I'm with you. Boy, there's got to be a line.
Hey, you can say whatever you want.
Yeah.
But you can also get punched in the mouth for something.
It happens. Appreciate you guys spending some time with us today. Thank you very much. Appreciate everybody on the other side of the double pane bulletproof glass also that puts the show together. For goodness sakes, we've got our DJ over there. That's DJ Justin Time on the Wheels of Steel. Oh, look at that. Super producer Jules, 2 thumbs up from her. The Pride of Tennessee, Becky Lynn, with all the news and information. And oh my goodness, Heather Larson was on it today.
Yeah.
It's a mess out there.
Yeah.
She gave you all the traffic you need to know. Thank you very much, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
With higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
You work, you save, you buy a home, and sign up for 30 years of payments. 30 years. That's 360 payments and hundreds of thousands in interest, all while your equity is locked away, your wealth trapped, your dreams delayed. There is a better way. The Life Changer loan allows you to do your banking inside your mortgage. Gone in 5 to 10 years, your freedom unlocked, your dreams restored. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means